hop into the debate. Welcome in, folks. This is the 479th episode of the Dean Withers Show. For everybody tuning in on this beautiful evening, thank you so much for being here. The World Cup final just wrapped up, and huge shout out to Spain for taking the win. We love to see it. For everybody who's joining us live on TikTok, make sure that you are double tapping away in that phone screen, sharing out that live with a handful of friends, hitting that repost button with the share. Dana, appreciate you for that galaxy. And of course, everybody who's tuning in live on YT, appreciate you guys for being here as well. And huge shout out to all the VOD watchers that aren't watching live but rather watch once it's posted as a long form video on that channel for being here as well. We have a couple thousand of you guys that almost tune in on a daily basis. Huge shout out to y'all. Now, folks, if this is your very first time tuning into the stream, you are in for a treat. For around 4 hours every day, 7 days a week, we talk to people that we politically disagree with. For the most part, it's Trump supporters, and we already have the very first Trump supporter of the day connected to that live stream. Mystery, thanks for that galaxy. Now, before we pass that mic off to that first Trump supporter, let's go through the breaking news. A part of that breaking news is that Spain won the World Cup, so shout out to Spain. We love to see it. And the more political breaking news is that Andrew Tate and his brother Tristan Tate have been arrested in Florida. And they were arrested on warrants from the UK. And now Florida is seeking extradition for the Tates to the UK. And considering the fact that the UK put those warrants out for their arrests and they were willing to have them arrested in America, this means they have a pretty dang strong case against them. So if they're extradited, they'll probably be in jail for the rest of their lives. We're talking multiple counts of sex trafficking. We're talking multiple accounts of rape. We're talking crimes that in some states in America would get them on death row. So if they are extradited, chances are that they'll at least, at the minimum, spend the rest of their lives in jail. This is crazy. This is absolutely insane. It needs to happen. If you're familiar with the Tates, then you'll know why. I guess no more Bugattis for Mr. Andrew. Just wedgies from his British cellmate. So, Steph, thank you for the future encounter. Let's go ahead and hop in to that very first debate of the night. We actually have Hannah's boyfriend on the line here. Quickly, before I pass you the mic to tell us, so you could tell us why you support Trump. Hannah, are you a Trump supporter too?
No.
Okay, so you're not a Trump supporter, but your boyfriend is.
Yes.
All right. Well, that's interesting. Well, listen, I'm going to try my very best to do what I do and to change his mind, as I'm sure that would be really meaningful to yourself. So, Hannah's boyfriend. What was your name, by the way?
It's Julian.
Julian, why do you support Trump? The mic and the floor are yours. Thank you for your patience.
So basically, I just support him because he has been very pro artificial intelligence. And, you know, this just supports my political ideology of artificial intelligence communism.
You're being serious?
Yeah, 100%.
Okay. Well, so I would assume that you just want like a very, 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 very advanced AI system that just controls like everything, leaving everybody else to essentially practically function as if we were living under a stateless, classless, moneyless society where control and demand for goods is processed and arbitrated by the AI.
Of course.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, I've actually heard this before. One thing that I'll say here is that's probably going to happen one day.
Yeah, I agree.
I regardless if you agree with it or not, I think that at least, I don't think it'll be in our lifetimes or our children's lifetime or even the lifetimes of our grandchildren. But one day, I think that a country will end up trying that. I just don't understand why it's something that you'd want. Well, let's talk about it. So first and foremost, I think that Donald Trump's policy in AI is quite reckless because it doesn't allow for correct regulation to ensure that the development of the AI is keeping in mind the environmental implications or the implications on people who live by the data mining facilities and the cleanliness of and the quality of their own lives. And I think that if we want to foster the innovation of AI with the use of American data centers, and we leave them to be unrestricted, well, they're just going to be as harmful as possible because ultimately, then, therefore, their goal would only be profit, right? They're not going to have any reason or incentive to ensure that they're not destroying the economy or reducing qualities of lives. So that's why I think that regulations would be needed to ensure that they also have to, I don't know, keep their water usage to a minimum, keep their environmental impact to a minimum, and keep the local impact of their data centers to a minimum. And Donald Trump's not doing that. I mean, in fact, the Big Beautiful Bill originally attempted to prohibit states from regulating AI in the slightest.
Okay. Well, I mean, my number one first priority is to have artificial intelligence communism come to life as quickly as possible. Because
Okay.
quite frankly, I do not like working, and I'd like artificial intelligence to work for me.
Okay. Well, this is something that will never happen in your lifetime.
Okay.
So I don't care that you don't like working. You're going to be working for the rest of your life. I think the furthest that we could possibly get in your lifetime is maybe social democracy or democratic socialism, like towards the end of your life, like 50 years from now. We're never going to have AI communism in your life.
Are you familiar with Elon Musk's Neuralink?
Yeah.
So, one of my biggest beliefs is that this Neuralink chip will be able to read all of our minds and process the information and upload it into a collective consciousness that the artificial intelligence will then dictate based off of those human thoughts gathered from across the world.
Yeah, you're kind of fucking crazy. How about this? Instead of entertaining yourself with these fantastic delusions of grandeur, like AI mind control and AI communism, how about we better concern
It's not
ourselves
mind
with
control.
like I don't know, the things that like immediately impact those that you care about. Like Donald Trump has launched an attack on the rights of women and girls across this country. So while women and girls across this country are losing their access to abortion, losing their access to health care, are being victimized to a much higher degree by violent men because now we're accepting rapists in high positions of power, and he's calling for the imprisonment of the woman that he raped. Meaning that there's serious implications on women and girls that you probably love and care about. You're not concerning yourself with their standard or quality of life. You're just kind of concerning yourself with these fantastic delusions of AI mind control. Let's stay grounded in what's impacting us today, like livable wages, universal access to healthcare, and ensuring that we don't have a president that may just topple our country with his violent attacks and assaults on law, the Constitution, and the human rights of people across this country.
Well, I did just want to correct you for 1 second. You said mind control, and I just wanted to clarify that there's no mind control in this. It's purely human thoughts that dictate what the AI super intelligence does.
Okay. Yeah, once again, fantastic delusions of grandeur. Could you respond to what I said?
About Trump being a bad person.
Yeah. How about how Donald Trump is like reducing the quality of life of individuals in the country today? Taking away women and girls' access to health care, reducing purchasing power of the working class, killing thousands of Americans by taking their health care away, authorizing ICE to execute and murder citizens in broad daylight, rewarding violent criminals for putting ICE in front of the violent criminal, and then killing undocumented immigrants like we saw in Maine. Or, I don't know, defunding USAID, which is going to kill 14 million people over the course of the next 10 years, or attacking our Constitution, arguing that we should just abolish it. That's what he said in December of 2022. Those are the things that I care about. Why don't you care about those things?
Well, I do care about those things. And the best part about artificial intelligence communism is that when it happens, we won't have to deal with those. So
Yeah, but who's
the
advocating for
quicker that we can
artificial
introduce
intelligence
this
communism?
political ideology onto the world, the sooner we won't have to deal with all these problems. So yes,
Okay.
Trump is doing all of these evil things, but he's also accelerating the most pure good thing that this world can experience.
So who's advocating for artificial intelligence communism on the national stage?
On the national stage.
Yeah.
So it's not really about the national stage. It's about the development of the artificial superintelligence, which will be completely unbiased.
How do you know that if we don't regulate AI and we allow it to be improved and innovated without regulation, that the end goal of the innovators will be AI communism? What's to prevent them from creating AI fascism?
Well, I just don't really see any benefits in creating AI fascism. Once we
Profit?
introduce the
Profit,
but
power, control. Okay, like
why would
we
they need
know that
why would they
when
need profit, power, or
a very small select group of people have a lot of power, that throughout history that very small group select of people have not
Are
used
you
that
being
power.
anti-Semitic right now?
Well, are you trolling me?
No.
He
Why are you?
uses that bullying language all the time, Dean.
Is this
I'm sorry.
Hannah? Are you guys like, just be honest with me? So if you are wasting my time, I can move on to like a real debate.
No, like he is being dead serious.
Okay, Hannah, I'm not gonna lie. You might be better off just breaking up with this guy. But back to you, Julian. Can you please point me towards one instance throughout history where there has been a very small group of rich and powerful people that have used that power for the liberation of the masses compared to the oppression of the masses?
Uh, well, okay, so I see what you're trying to do here, Dean.
Can you
But
answer
I
my
do want to
question,
bring up.
Julian?
Okay, restate it one more time.
Can you please point me towards a time throughout history where a very small select of rich and powerful people have used that power for the liberation of the masses compared to the oppression
never,
of the
never,
masses?
never.
Never. Oh, but wouldn't
And
you
let me tell you
agree
why.
that it would require a very small group of rich and powerful people that own these AI companies to then use those AI tools for the liberation of the masses through your self-proclaimed AI communism compared to the oppression of the masses using those tools to further oppress the people?
What is the motivation for their oppression?
The same motivation for historical oppression, to make themselves richer, to make themselves powerful, to give themselves more control over the future of humanity, to allow their self-desired interests to usurp and circum the interests of the other individuals who don't have access to the same levers of power and control, to better enrich themselves. Literally, just all the same motivations that we could identify of every other small group of rich and powerful people that have used that power throughout history to oppress large groups of people could also apply in this scenario. And that's my issue with your view. You have a false expectation that if we allow this rapist to be our president and destroy our country, but as long as AI is innovating, you're okay with that because inevitably those AI tools are going to be used for quote unquote AI communism. The issue is that you pre-assume that the people who own these AI tools, which is a very small select group of rich and powerful people, are going to use those tools for the liberation of the masses compared to the further oppression of the masses. But you just admitted that you cannot name one time throughout the entirety of human history where there has been a small group of self-interested, rich and powerful people that have used their riches and used their power for the liberation of the masses. So as history says that your goal is a fantastic delusion that would never occur simply because of human nature and the way that human nature has played out and represented itself over the course of human history.
Yeah, like I was trying to explain, the means of motivation completely changed with artificial intelligence. Because why exactly would people want to control others when they can just have whatever they want without that control?
Because control in of itself is one of the things that they want. This is why any theory that you read about communism, communism is always kicked off by the revolution of the proletariat, not the hand of the rich and powerful oligarch reaching down to the proletariat. And that's the issue with your theory.
The issue with the theory is the transitional period.
But there's no transitional period to communism without a proletariat revolution.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so you just accepted that there's no way for us to achieve communism without a revolution of the proletariat, but you're saying the way that we are going to transition into communism is from the hand of the rich and greedy oligarchs reaching down to the proletariat to free them, which you admitted has never happened throughout human history, and you are now admitting could not lead to communism, as a revolution of the proletariat would be a practical requirement for communism. So you just contradicted yourself and concede your whole position.
No, not at all.
Why am I treating this seriously?
Because
this guy's crazy.
The people at the top.
I'm sorry, Julian. You're just actually nuts.
Once they lift the regulations, then everyone can develop their own AI separately.
Anyone? No, you're wrong. Because not only do you have to know how to develop an AI related to the knowledge required for the software development of AI, but you also have to have access to an abundance of fiscal resources to build and sustain the infrastructure required to run that AI.
Okay. Yes, that's true. Not that many people can develop their own artificial intelligence.
I don't think that we'll ever get to a point where everybody could code a basic HTML and CSS fucking website. So therefore, I definitely don't think that we could get to a point where everybody could code an advanced AI.
Did I say everybody?
Yeah, you said that everybody would just be able to create their own AI. What the hell are you saying, Julian? You sound crazy. I'm about to kick you because of how crazy you are.
I didn't mean to say everybody. I just meant to say more people, specifically the people.
Hannah, how do you feel about this?
I didn't know he was this.
Yeah, you don't need it. Okay. Julian, I guess I've called you crazy a couple times. I'd like to apologize for that. Is there anything else that you'd like to add on before I move on to the next guest?
Yeah, so I want to talk about regulations being lifted again. So
okay, I'm sorry, Julian. I don't. I think that you should really consider changing. I think that you should really consider changing your mind. I'd listen, Julian. I tried to treat this conversation seriously. I tried to lead you through basic communist theory of how there would be an essential revolution of the proletariat, and you even agreed to that. But now, once again, you're just back to saying that somehow we're going to achieve communism by the friendly hand of the rich and powerful oligarch reaching down to the proletariat.
Would you rather have the rich and powerful
AI communism is going
regulations or lift regulations?
It depends on what those regulations are. I think that some regulations are good and other regulations are bad. But I'm going to move on to the next guest. Julian, please reconsider your crazy theory. I don't even know what to make of that. We're just going to move on to the next guest. That guy wasn't even like, he was nuts. I'm sorry. That was just nuts. Like they're just insane. And I mean that in a way differently than I do when I'm usually talking. Like when I usually talk to Trump supporters and I call them insane, what I'm doing is I'm calling them like really like fundamentally like bad people that are like driven by like evilness. If you've ever heard me call a Trump supporter insane after they say I wouldn't care if Trump is a child rapist, but when I'm calling that guy insane, I'm not saying that he's a fundamentally bad person. I'm like literally saying that he's like fundamentally a delusional person who just is simply not in touch with reality and believes in very like genuinely insane, out of touch with reality things. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only do hop inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. We're going to move on to the next debate. What a way to start the stream, honestly. I don't even know what to make of that. I really don't even know what to make of that. Welcome in, the masked animator. Do you support Trump? All right, we're going to ban you, as well as I just thought I'd repeat here for everybody. I do have a league of moderators. They will be looking through the accounts of everybody in the queue. If they determine that you're not a Trump supporter, they're going to be permanently banning you. They send me a list of the people that they're about to ban. I'm going to go ahead and give a couple warnings here to a handful of the people in the chat who are on their list so you guys could leave. Keep in mind, there are other people on this list that I'm not saying out loud. I'm just going to name off a few, though. You're about to get banned. Brooke, you're about to get banned. Vespera, you're probably about to get banned. Liz, you're about to get banned. Lauren, you're probably about to get banned. Giggle Shitter, you're about to get banned. Along with about another 20 people. Banks, do you support Trump?
Do you vape?
Okay, both of you guys are permanently banned. Let's go to move on to the next guest. Let's see here. Another Riley is about to get permanently banned, but I'll give Riley a chance. Let's see if Riley's a Trump supporter or not before my mods ban him. Why are people getting banned? Because they're joining the queue when they're not American adults and support Donald J. Trump as president. All right, Riley, you were banned. Let's go to get the next guest connected, guys. We will be banning a bunch of people who join that queue when they're not supposed to be, and we're also going to do a couple public bannings. We're going to do a couple public bannings here real quick before we move on to the Trump supporters. Gracie, you left the live stream after I accepted you because I told you you're going to get publicly banned. Well, I'm going to ban you anyways. Get banned. Let's do some more public bannings real quick. Because, I mean, we just have a bunch of people joining her queue who are not supposed to be there. Lauren, here's your public banning. There's Lauren's public banning. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only do opt inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. LT, thank you for the $25
Hi,
over
my
on
mom's a
Super
huge
Chat.
MAGA. Can you debate my mom? She's a MAGA.
I can't. Give me one moment. LT, thank you for the $25 on Super Chat. I do appreciate you so much for that love, my friend. Let's get 500 LTWs down below. Thank you so very much for supporting the streams. Alrighty. How old are you, Amira?
I'm 13, but my mom's MAGA. She's with me. Can you debate her?
Let's see. Do you have another account that isn't your... Oh, I guess you don't have any posts. Do you ever intend on putting any posts on your account? Please
No,
be
I don't
honest.
intend. Honestly, no. No.
Okay. Yeah, you don't have any posts on your account, so that's fine. You could put her on. Let's go ahead and get this message back up.
Okay, Mom, he wants to debate you. Hi there.
Terrible troll. All right. Only up inside of the queue if you are here for a debate, everyone. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Right now, we got Max loading up inside of the queue. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? All right, guys. We're trying to change some minds here. I'd appreciate if you'd help me change minds by only hopping inside of the queue if you're MAGA. It would really help us out. It'd really help us out a whole lot more than you would ever know. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Over on Venmo, thank you, Edgar, for the $20, who says the caller is using the plot of the anime Psychopaths for his debate on the AI communism. Pretty sure it's a troll.
Hello.
I don't think that guy was a troll. You're banned. I just think that he was genuinely nuts. I really do appreciate you for the $20, though, Edgar. Let's get to other Edgar W's down below in that comment section. As well as Audrey, thank you for the $5. I appreciate you for the kind words. Welcome in. Do you support Trump, Fun Princess?
I personally don't, but my mom does. I really want you to debate my mom. I
How old
promise
are
I'm
you?
not trolling.
You could be honest. I expect you to be.
I'm personally 15, but my mom is MAGA.
Okay, sorry. I do only debate. You have posts on your account. I do only debate parents on a minor's account if the minor is 16 minimum. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only up inside of the queue if you are here for debate, everyone. Let's see here. Let's hear. Spencer, thank you so much for the $10. Who says, "Hey, Dean, I'm listening to you while writing my novel. I'm writing it to show that women can work in male-dominated fields." That's awesome, Spencer. I wish you the best of luck with that novel. That's super exciting. Renelli, thank you for the $10. Who says, "You just made my day with the Tate Brothers news." Let's fucking go. I know that is a day maker, right? As well as Miss Kate with a K. Thank you for the $15 donation over on Venmo. Do show some love to Kate down below. Who says, "Thank you for perfectly articulating my views and teaching me how to verbalize them myself. Much love." Kate, that is one of the main reasons why we do what I'm doing. I'm so happy that what we do is able to help you out. Please do show some love to Kate down below.
Can
That
we
is
get back
fantastic.
to politics?
And Eden, thank you for the $5.
every
And
action
Andrew,
has an
I do
equal
really appreciate
opposite.
you for the $7. And then Eden, thank you for the 5. Let's go to get the next guest connected. We are looking for that first Trump supporter, I guess second Trump supporter of the day. You guys are making it pretty hard on me right now. So I would appreciate if you guys would make it a little bit easier on me. We do have just 3 rules here. Everybody. They're honestly not too difficult to follow. You just have to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. That means you have to be at least 18. You have to be an adult and you have to be a supporter of Trump. That's literally all. It's actually quite simple when you think about it. Let's go to get that next guest connected. Only do up inside of the queue. Once again, if you are here for debate, everyone, I would really appreciate that. We got Alex and Jackson loading into that box. If you are here for debate, up inside of the queue. Jackson, do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Age, please.
Why'd you switch up on Charlie Kirk, you little bitch?
Okay, someone's very upset. Can I get your age, please?
22. I told you that, you fucking retard.
Okay. I'm going to say 13 max. Plus, he uses very derogatory language, which happens to align perfectly with his 3 brain cells. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Here we go. Let's see here. Gregory, thank you for the $10. Who says Canadian fighter lost his life last week putting out Colorado wildfires. Now Trump wants to sanction Canada because of their fires. I know. He's such an ungrateful asshole. I appreciate you for the $10, Gregory. Same thing to you, Melissa, with the $10. Who says, hey, Dean. Hey, Melissa. I appreciate you for that love. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's go to get the next guest, Samira, connected to the live stream. Jordan, thank you for the $2. I appreciate you. Ramona, thank you for the $5. Alexis, thank you for the $6. And Morgan with the $10 says, good luck with your debates today, Dean. Thank you, Morgan. With all that being said, we happen to be all caught up. Let's go to get the next guest connected. We got Samira loading in. We got Jarbear loading in. Do you let me know if you are an American adult that happens to be a Trump supporter in that chat? We might also be accepting some people from that chat. Ben, you're the first one to connect. Are you an American adult that supports Trump, or are you banned?
Hey, Dean. I'm from Texas. My father is American. I've got citizenship. I've been here since 2014.
Okay. Oliver, do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, Ben. And are you a Trump supporter, Ben?
Yes.
Okay. Ben, what time is it where you're at?
It's 25 past 6.
Name 3 cities in Texas.
Austin. Dallas.
So that's 2.
Hey, Dean. Come on.
Oliver, how old are you?
I'm 19.
What year are you born in?
2007.
Oh, I hear a very similar accent to the last guest. Oliver, what time is it?
Couldn't tell you, nigger.
It is 1776 all over again. But this time, the British are screaming racial slurs. You are banned. We got June debates loading into the live stream, guys. Yeah, guys, this is MAGA for you, everybody. Maybe a good reason why you shouldn't be a Trump supporter is because when the right and the left debate, the left is like, here are the reasons why you're wrong. And then the right is like, I'm going to scream a racial slur. You know, that's actually a pretty good reason why you shouldn't be on the right in a nutshell. June, do you support Trump? June, you got like 2 seconds before I ban you. And you're banned while we are moving on to the next guest. Help me out here to facilitate debates and debates alone by only hopping inside of the queue if you're here for a debate. Dry Cactus, thank you for the $2 over on YouTube Super Chat saying happy 18th birthday. I'm a 21, nearly 22-year-old man, but I mean, thank you, even though you happen to be 4 years late. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Mira, thank you for the $3 on Venmo. Hope that concert yesterday went well. Mr. Jared, thank you for the $25. Who says, I informed Parker of this earlier. Wasn't sure if he told you. Rick Scott said Americans should have to work 7 days a week. Oh my God. Rick Scott, ladies and gentlemen. Rick fucking Scott. One of the worst representatives in modern American history. Go fuck yourself, Rick Scott. And thank you for the $25, Jared. Well, we are still looking for that next guest because we got a bunch of people who are messing around today. 56. Drake and Cash are loading in. Cash, do you support Trump? Cash, do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
How old are you?
I'm 18.
What year are you born in, Cash?
2007.
Okay, what month?
August.
Okay, you're about to turn 19, dude. Happy early birthday.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Alrighty, let's hear it, my friend. Why do you happen to support the worst president of your life?
Well, I'm going to say I've never debated anyone before, but I'm going to try. But I support him. You know, I do agree with ICE, and I agree that we should get the illegals out of our country.
How could anyone?
And
how could anyone with a brain and a heart agree with ICE? They're hiring violent thugs that abuse their wives because they don't do sufficient background checks, and then they give them a service 9mm hand pistol as their handgun, and then they authorize them basically to just kind of kill anyone. Because when ICE agents killed Alex Preddy by shooting him 12 times in the back, when they killed Rene Good, when they killed Keith Porter, when they killed Lorenzo or that guy up in Maine, they're not prosecuted. And then the Trump administration blocks the prosecution or investigation of those actions as possible murder.
And
how is it something that you could support?
Okay, I just wanted to say, like, I do think that we should have, limits on ICE. I do believe we should hire professionals, maybe like ex-police, ex-military, whatever.
But that's never going to
but
happen
people
when
that
our
are
president is
properly
reducing
trained.
their training down to 47 days. You don't get a professional from 47 days of training. You get an immature idiot who just wants to exert power and control over other people, which is why we see so many people across the country getting murdered.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not too educated on it. I'm sorry, but you know, it's
I'll
just
stop interrupting you. Go ahead.
no, you're good. But yeah, I don't know. I think there should definitely be limits, and I do agree that Trump could do a better job. But I mean, if we had Biden in office, we wouldn't even have ICE. Like the open borders, I don't agree with them at all, and I believe that you know we shouldn't have illegals in here that are going to be doing the things that some of them do.
Like
I
rape?
believe, yes, like rape, exactly.
Okay, but then explain why you don't want a rapist in the country if they're an undocumented immigrant, but you want a rapist in the Oval Office if they're a U.S. citizen.
Okay,
Isn't that
so
hypocritical?
who's the rapist? Trump? You're talking about Trump?
Yeah,
Okay, how is he a rapist?
because he forcefully penetrated a woman's vagina with his fingers.
Is there any proof of this?
Yes, the outcome of a court that was corroborated and upheld by the Supreme Court, which is 6-3 conservative leaning. Keep it in mind that there's even a Trump supporter on the jury that ruled its guilt.
Would you rather have Biden's dumb ass in office?
Yes,
Okay, you want to tell me why?
because he would have been a better president than Trump, even in his old age. You
Okay,
would
why?
probably be a better president than Trump, and you couldn't even tell me how many branches of government there are.
No, I'm not gonna lie, I can't do that.
And you'd still be a better president than Trump.
Well, maybe.
That's how bad he is. That's how bad he is. But no, seriously, I want you to address the point of hypocrisy. You're like, oh, if the rapist is an undocumented immigrant, let's deport them from the country. Which, by the way, I agree. They should either be thrown in jail if they committed that crime within our jurisdiction, and if they didn't, then they should absolutely be deported and then thrown in jail in whatever country they did commit that crime in the jurisdiction of. Or, but, I'm calling you a hypocrite because on one hand you're saying they should get deported if they're an undocumented immigrant rapist, but they should be made president if they're a citizen rapist. Why do you hold such a preferential standard for citizens over undocumented immigrants? Frankly, it makes me think that you don't care about the action of rape. You just more so care about the status of one's citizenship or the color of one's skin.
I mean, honestly, I believe that not even just immigrants, even people that were already here, like people that are convicted of rape, they should be gone. And I know you're going to say, you know, Trump. He was
So that
convicted
Trump
of
should be
rape.
gone?
I know, I knew you were going to say that. But
So should he?
yeah, you got me. I don't know. I don't know. Like I said, I've never debated anyone. I'm sorry. But
No, listen, this isn't about like an inability or a lack of experience in debate. It's just about critically thinking through your beliefs. If you hold a standard that says rape is bad and all rapists should be gone, you're contradicting that standard by turning around and supporting one as president. Like there's no level of debate technique or debate experience that can get you out of that contradiction. You know what I mean?
yeah, I just, you know, I don't know. I've never seen the proof that Trump raped anyone, and I don't believe that he did, honestly. That's not the only reason I support Trump is because of
Well,
ICE. You know?
if you've never seen the proof, then you shouldn't believe that he didn't do it. Because in order to believe that he didn't do it, you would have to make a critical examination of the evidence and explain why you don't think it's sufficient in demonstrating his guilt.
Okay,
But like,
so
let's check this out. So this is the jury. No, that's not the jury verdict form. That's not the jury verdict form. That's a letter he sent to Epstein. Let me find the jury verdict form real quick. So what I'm about to show you is the jury verdict form from a unanimous jury of 9 in a civil court that ruled Donald Trump was guilty of forcefully penetrating E. Jean Carroll's vagina with his fingers. Now, as I told you earlier, this jury included one juror who indicated in the jury selection process that they were on the right, pro-Trump, pro-MAGA, pro-Republican, and in response, the victim, E. Jean Carroll, her attorneys, tried to get him ejected from the jury because they were worried that he would throw the case and agree with Trump's innocence because of political bias. Now, Donald Trump's lawyers were paid much more than E. Jean Carroll's, so they were able to give an even better case for why that motion should be rejected, and ultimately, the judge agreed with Donald Trump's attorneys and kept him on the jury. But even including this Donald Trump supporting juror, they still all unanimously ruled that he had sexually abused or raped E. Jean Carroll by forcefully penetrating her vagina with his fingers. Then Donald Trump turned around and attempted to appeal the outcome of this court case to 5 different courts, and all 5 of these courts said, no, Trump, we're going to reject your appeal, and because we think that that verdict that you raped this woman is valid and it should stand, including the Supreme Court, which is the highest court in America, that is 6-3 conservative leaning, mean there's more people that agree with Trump than disagree with Trump, including 2 personal appointments from himself that also said, Trump, we are not going to overturn this verdict. We're going to let this verdict stand. We're rejecting your appeal.
Yeah, like I said, I mean, I wasn't very educated and I did not know this about Trump. And, you're really educating me. But, I mean, I don't know. I didn't know any of this, honestly. And I know I should probably do my research before saying I support somebody. But, that's not why. Like, I don't know. I support what he does. I support, it's not even just ICE. It's, he supports abortion. Like he does, or no, he doesn't support abortion. I'm sorry.
Abortion's awesome, man. I love abortion. Do you think that rape victims should be able to get abortions?
Yes, I do.
Okay, it's just the other circumstances where they shouldn't?
Yes, I no, like I
So you
believe
support him
rape
because you
victims-
think he's like reducing elective abortions?
Yes.
Okay, well he's actually not. So his one abortion policy was to overturn Roe v. Wade to allow states to ban abortion in their states. After Trump did that, abortions went up.
I didn't know that either. I mean, I just
Now, my source is the Guttmacher Institute. Donald Trump's only policy on abortion increased abortions. So, I mean, if you think that's the murder of an innocent child, you basically think that Donald Trump caused more murder of innocent children. So not only did he rape a woman, but he's causing more murder of innocent kids?
Yeah, I just wasn't very educated on that. I just, I'm very, very pro-life. Yeah, I didn't know about Trump's thing, but I'm sorry, I came in here really uneducated.
Do you think that we've helped you to change your mind?
I mean, definitely a little bit. I wasn't like fully Trump to begin with, but yeah, I would say so,
Yeah.
I'll
Just keep
definitely
in
do
mind-
more research.
Just keep in mind that a part of being pro-all life is being pro-woman, because women live, okay?
Yeah.
And I think that if you're pro-woman because you're pro-life, you couldn't possibly be pro-Trump because of his abuse of women. Not just his rape of Eugene Carroll, his admitted sexual exploitation of naked women and girls, his cover-up of the Epstein files, the letter he sent to Epstein saying that they share these wonderful secrets, which included the naked picture of a little girl, or the credible accusation from an Epstein victim against Trump in the e-files that he illegally redacted. It seems like you're not really pro-life, pro-woman, you're just like, pro what? A clump of cells? But once it leaves the womb, all of a sudden, you couldn't care less?
That's all I was saying is that I'm pro-life. I do not agree with abortion.
Well, then you wouldn't support Trump because he
I
refused
know,
to
I
pay out food
understand.
stamps for 12 million American children, letting them starve. How's that for being pro-life?
You've educated me a lot on this, and I do
Okay.
thank you for that, for sure.
Okay.
But yeah, you can go on to the next person. I'm out of ideas. But yeah, that was my first debate.
Okay, well, I mean, hopefully we were able to, like, actually help you change your mind compared to you continuing to believe in what you did before you joined the live, even though we were able to demonstrate the issues with it. Let's go ahead and at this point go ahead and get the next guest connected. Only do hop inside of that queue if you are an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. I'd appreciate that, everybody. Kay, thank you for that galaxy. Let's go to try to get that very next guest connected. Do only hop inside of the queue if you are here for a debate, everybody. Do only hop inside of the queue if you are here for a debate. Over on Super Chat, thank you, Falcon Man, for the $20, who says, gotta go. But enjoy the streams. I think we might have Freddy 2.0 over here. I appreciate you for the $20, Falcon. Let's get 200 Falcon W's down below in that comment section. That's very kind of you. And thank you so much for supporting what we do. Very, very kind indeed. Very, very kind indeed. Let's go to get that next guest connected. Welcome in, Sam. Are you a Trump supporter?
Hey, pussy.
I'd watch your language. I don't know if you're going to get restricted for by TikTok for that. Do you think that you could hold yourself speak with decorum?
Sure.
Good boy. So I know that you're a Trump supporter. Why don't you take it away and tell us why?
You owe me money.
I owe you money?
Yeah.
Are you asking for a free handout? Buddy, just pull yourself up
No,
by
it's
your bootstraps and get
it's
it
not
done.
free.
No, you are. You're
not
asking
free.
for a free handout, you crazy communist, liberal, blue-haired, leftist, Kamala Harris voting freak. You need to pull yourself up by your bootstraps and go to work. You must be lazy. You must be sitting at home on that couch all day being so lazy because you're asking for a free handout.
I don't need a liberal sissy to tell me what to do.
Then why are you asking a liberal sissy for some change?
Because remember when I said that you would make a lot of money from switching to OnlyFans from debating?
What the fuck? Okay, we're going to move on to the next guest. Sorry, that was just kind of like a subconscious reaction. That was just a gut reaction. Honestly. Leslie, thank you for the $20 over on Super Chat, who says there are way too many
my great grandma. Now she needs to get an abortion, so I need to.
Leslie with the $20 says there are way too many fake Venmo accounts. LOL, scared of donating to the wrong one, but have been obsessed with your and Parker's lives. Thank you for the info. Well, thank you so much, Leslie. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much for the $20. Yeah, you're right. There are so many fake Venmo accounts and PayPal accounts of me. I'll tell you the easiest way to find the real one. So if you're watching on TikTok, there's a link tree in my bio, and the first two links are like the link to my Venmo and PayPal. So if you use those links, there's a 0% chance
I'm sorry.
you'd ever send it to the wrong one. Same thing with YouTube stream. That same link tree link is in the description of the video. That's a pretty dang good way to support what we do. Welcome in, Samuel. Do you support Trump?
No, but I want your opinions on social.
I hope that you have a good rest of your day. I think that she was going to ask me for my opinions on socialism or like social programs, something that started with a soch. If you're talking about social programs, big fan of social programs. If you're talking about socialism, depends on the type. Like democratic socialism, I'm like pretty friendly to. Not too opposed to democratic socialism. I think that me and democratic socialists agree on much more than me and establishment liberals. Eric, do you support Trump? Alrighty, moving on to the next guest here. We got Anthony loading up inside of that box. Miss Bailey, thank you so much for the $50 donation on Venmo. I really appreciate you. Let's get 500 Bailey W's down below in that comment section. Thank you so much for that love and support. You are so kind. That is so much money. I'm so grateful for you. Bailey with the $50 says, I'm debating my Christian MAGA dad tonight, ambushing him with my sister during dinner. Wish me luck. Good luck, Bailey. Oh, that's so fun. Bailey, that's so fun. I've definitely done that once or twice with my own family. But I usually end up leaving the dinner table regretting my decision. So stay safe. Don't get yourself in too much trouble there. I know sometimes MAGA parents can be quite insane. I do appreciate you for the $50. That last guest was a kid, so we're kicking him out. Moving on to the next person, Mr. Austin. Thank you for the $20. Who says, "Hey Dean, big fan. Learning more and more about politics every time I tune in. You're a huge inspiration for me." Well, thank you for the $20, Austin. I'm so happy that you take something positive away from the streams, and I hope that you enjoy the debates tonight, Austin. We're gonna go ahead and try to find another debate for you right now. We're looking for the next Trump supporter. We got Dana loading up. Kylie, thank you for the $5, and Hannah, appreciate you for the $5. You guys are very kind. And we got a big one here. This came in 9 minutes ago on Venmo. Miss Dana, thank you so much for the $100 donation. That is way too much fucking money, Dana. Thank you so much. Genuinely, I'm very, very grateful for you. I don't deserve a penny of that. I'll never understand why some individuals choose to be so kind. Thank you so much, Dana. I want to see 1,000 Dana W's while we're looking for that next Trump supporter to join the stream. Huge fucking shout out to Dana, who says, "You give me hope in her youth. The current regime is a fucking nightmare. The full repercussions of their harm will not be fixed for decades, but they will be real and they will be harsh." You know, I also worry about that sometimes, Dana. Like, what does the path of reconstruction look like? Thank you for the $100 once again. You're the absolute goat. That is beyond kind of you. Huge shout out to Dana, DANA, down below in that chat. Dark, do you support Trump?
Maybe.
Zuko, thank you for the galaxy. I'm gonna need a yes or no, Dark.
Maybe.
All right, Chicken Butt, do you support Trump?
No, but I really like your videos. Goodbye.
Thank you, Chicken Butt. I am going to have to ban both of you two, though. Let's go to get the next guest connected. We are trying our best, but y'all are giving me hell. Hey, Clarissa, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Just saw that come in. I really appreciate you. Let's go to get the next guest connected. These guests are giving me hell tonight. Welcome in, Steady. Do you support Trump?
Yes.
How old are you?
19.
What year were you born in?
2006.
And why do you support this freaky little fuck?
I just think he's doing what's better. I don't necessarily support him, but I think he's better than Kamala would have been.
What's the argument that if Harris won the election, things would be worse off today?
I just feel like she wouldn't be as qualified as he would have been.
Why?
I mean, look at her. She wasn't even in a position to be running.
When you say look at her, are we like looking at her and acknowledging the fact that she's a black woman? Is this like a race thing? Is this a gender thing?
No, obviously not. No. Obviously not that.
Then what do we learn from when we look at her that tells us that if she was elected, America would be worse off?
Just based off of her past and everything that she's done compared to what Trump's done.
Are you kidding me? We look at their past. I think that the choice becomes obviously clear. She was a lawyer to DA San Francisco, to AG of California, to Senator of California, to the Vice President of America. In all of those roles, she served quite well, and she did good, for the most part, that is. Compared to Trump, and what is his past? Getting sued for refusing to rent to black people in the 90s, bankrupting 2 casinos, 6 businesses total, raping a woman, being best friends with Epstein, and trying to overthrow our government on J6. I think that it just becomes very, very clear. So clear, in fact, that we made that guy run away. That's good. Let's go to get the next guest data connected. For everybody hanging out with us on TikTok, I have a couple things to ask of y'all. Take a look at that share button in the bottom right-hand corner of the phone screen, right by the little rose icon. Hit that share button. Hit that yellow repost button. It will boost this live stream out across that For You page and make it about a bajillion times easier for us to draw Trump supporters into the stream to have a debate with. I would really appreciate you guys very, very much so if you could please help me out on that. Thank you so very much. Let's go to get that next guest connected. We got a couple people loading in. Hopefully we'll find the next debate here soon. Jason Dugaway, do you support Trump?
Hello?
Jason, do you support Trump?
Yes.
What year were you born in?
2007, May.
And how old are you?
19.
And why is there a high school in your bio?
Because I just graduated.
Okay. I mean, listen, last month I talked to a 52-year-old man with his high school in his bio, so just don't grow up to be like him, okay?
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to pass the mic to you to tell us why you support Trump here in one moment. I just have a couple people to thank. Shout out to you, Samantha, for the $10 on PayPal. He says, please, D, next time you debate somebody on the Howard Stern clip, ask him why he thought Trump was referring to dressing rooms. He says, you're like a doctor. You're in there in the dressing rooms. You could hear in the clip. Good point. Thank you for the $10, Samantha. We'll do Amaya. Thank you for the $6 on PayPal. Over on Venmo, thank you, Kirsten, for the $5. I appreciate you. Ellie, thank you for the $10. I'm not going to be reading that message out loud. Just know that I do appreciate you for your kindness, Ellie. Reagan, thank you for the $20. Who says, hey, Dean, I know that you're a Backseat Lovers fan from your Instagram. As a fan myself, I was wondering what your favorite song from them was. Also, love your amazing work. Keep it up. Thank you so much for the $20, Reagan. The Backseat Lovers are literally my favorite band, and I think that my favorite song from them for a while has been Elevator Days. A huge shout out to Mar for the $50 over on Venmo. Thank you so much, Mar. Let's get 500 Mar W's. That is very, very kind of you, Mar. Mar with the 50 says, from Shelby's Shell 67 in your chat, thank you so much for what you do and who you are. I hope that this is the right one. You sure did find the right one. I really do appreciate you, Marbell Shelby. I do thank you. Thank you so much. Huge shout out to Mar down below in that comment section. Thank you so much. Anime with the $10 on Super Chat says, I debated my friend on abortion. She said it's about the potential happiness of the child, not mom. Okay, well, what if we were to know that the child would be unhappy? Would the abortion then be justified? If so, that's kind of a crazy concession for her to make. Nix, thank you for the 28 Canadian dollars. I do appreciate you, Nix. Let's get 300 Nix W's down below in that chat. I do really appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And with all that being said, we're caught up. Take it away, Jason. Tell us why you support Trump.
Well, can I ask you a question before I tell you why?
Yeah.
Do you believe the 2020 election was rigged?
Well, we have to be really, really careful what we talk about on TikTok because they do hit people for misinformation, but they're not going to hit me for misinformation. They're going to hit you for misinformation. No, the 2020 election was not rigged, and even the guy that Trump hired to ensure that our elections are safe agrees.
Okay. Who do you think did better for the border, Biden or Trump?
Biden 110%.
Okay, so I think the reason why I vote for Trump is because of his immigration. And so if you search it up, do you trust that Biden let 10.7 illegals through during his term?
10.7. What's a 0.7?
10.7 million illegals.
Oh, no, that's not true.
Then how many do you think? Do you think Google's
Pew
just lying?
Research Center says 4 million.
And then how many did Trump let through?
I don't know. I mean, I don't think that Biden let 4 million people through. I think that statement on its own is loaded. But there were
Well,
more
what do you-
undocumented immigrants that came into America under Biden than Trump in his first and second term. I mean, since Donald Trump has been president, he's reduced undocumented entry upwards of 90%. But I'd actually say that's one of the worst things about his administration. I understand on the surface level, you may be like, what are you saying, Dean? That's crazy. But trust me, I have a pretty good argument for it.
Well, then what do you have to say that Obama was called the porter in chief? Like, do you not support Obama then?
I don't care about what people are called. I care about what people did / do.
Wait, so do you think illegals coming to the country is good or bad?
I think that we should not have undocumented entry, but we need to use the right means to achieve that end goal of no undocumented entry, which would be expediting the legal means of entry, because 99% of undocumented immigrants become an undocumented immigrant because illegal means take way too long and cost way too much money. But I do think that undocumented immigrants have a quantifiably positive impact on America, and we should offer undocumented immigrants who are not guilty of violent crimes a pathway to residency or citizenship in our country. Now, my question is this an interview or a debate? You said that you had one question for me. So far, I've answered 5, and you still haven't given me a reason why you think Trump is a good president.
Okay, Trump is a good president because he hit a 50-year low on illegals entering while his time in office. Meanwhile, Biden let 10 million through. If Kamala was president, it would have been just like Biden because they don't know how to secure the border.
What did Donald Trump do to reduce undocumented entry?
He signed the I don't know what it's called, but he signed well, first of all, he built the wall, or he what's it called? No, he didn't. You know what I mean? He what's it called? He like made the wall more like secure.
Nope.
So all the stats I'm saying, I'm just lying.
No, you're telling the truth about him reducing undocumented entry, but now you're just kind of making shit up for your explanation of what Trump did to cause that outcome. Can I tell you what Trump did to cause that outcome of significantly less undocumented entry?
Go ahead.
He scared them away. He scared them a fuck away. Because for the immigrants who are in this country, they are being either killed, tortured, or illegally deported. All right? I mean, I could point you towards so many circumstances of ICE literally murdering people. I could point you to so many circumstances of ICE literally illegally deporting people who are then tortured in Sica in El Salvador. I could point you to instances of Donald Trump signing unconstitutional executive orders into effect to strip citizens of their citizenship to then also deport them to be tortured in Sica. These are the tools that have been used to reduce undocumented entry into our country. Have they been effective? Yes. But are they just? No. I don't think that you could ever justify a human rights violation. I don't think that you could ever justify a president playing wannabe fascist dictator and in attempting to illegally consolidate power to himself to authorize vast overreaches of our Constitution and human rights such as the right to life. You can't justify it, even if it leads to significantly less undocumented entry. It's bad because it's fascistic by nature, and it's bad because it's short-term, meaning the moment we no longer have a president that is willing to torture and kill people to reduce undocumented entry because they respect natural rights, they respect the Constitution, and they respect human rights, those numbers are going to bounce right back up because the underlying systemic issue that caused that issue in the first place, aka slow and expensive legal means of entry, will still persist and continue to exist.
Well, can you justify the fucking illegals that come in and hurt innocent Americans for no reason and kill them?
So, what's the correlation between X and Y? Because I'm not seeing any. I just see a pivot.
You said how can you justify ICE killing illegals, correct? Well, then how can you justify illegals killing U.S. citizens?
Okay, so you think that those two things are synonymous to one another, which they are because murder's always wrong. I don't justify either of those two things. Do you?
No.
Okay, so we're both anti-undocumented immigrants who commit violent crimes and anti-ICE. Good to know.
Well, yeah. Well,
Good to see that we finally have common ground. So now that we've determined that you're anti-ICE, how could you possibly support Trump?
well, I'm anti killing, killing illegals, but I'm pro ICE for it.
Which means you're anti-Trump because Donald Trump is pro-ICE killing people.
Where does he say that?
Well, I mean, when Alex Preddy got executed by ICE agents, his response was to say, well, he had a gun, therefore it was okay, even though that's an infringement upon the 2nd, 4th, and 14th Amendment, which the far-right NRA agreed to. And he said that we need to stand by the ICE agent out of our patriotism in our country. And he prevented the Federal Department of Justice from investigating that instance of murder. There were 4 civil rights lawyers that quit the DOJ over it. And then the federal government prohibited and blocked local governments in the state where the murder occurred from accessing evidence held by the federal government to investigate it themselves.
All right, well, I guess what my point would be.
So do you accept that Donald Trump is pro-ICE murdering people?
Yes, I do. So
Okay.
I guess what my point, but here's the thing. I guess what my point would be, would you rather American citizens get killed by illegals entering the country who shouldn't even been here in the first place, or would you rather millions get deported and then when they have a gun, then they have to then there's some murders throughout that. Like
So
you don't think like
Alex,
the ROI?
Alex Preddy was a citizen, and you're also making a false suggestion. You're now attempting to suggest that, well, although it's bad when ICE murders people, they're still yet reducing the murder of citizens by identifying deporting undocumented immigrants. That claim is not true. Donald Trump's deportation efforts have widened the scope of their deportation efforts to any and all undocumented immigrants, including some legal immigrants, meaning that they're proportionately focusing less on the undocumented immigrants who actually do commit violent crimes than the Democratic administrations before them. Over 20% of the deportations under Obama were of undocumented immigrants with violent crimes on their record. Today, under Trump, that number's below 3%, meaning that there are literally more undocumented immigrants who are these violent, criminal, murderous assholes roaming free on the streets of America because our government is focusing on them less.
I mean, I guess you have a point there, but what would Kamala have done that would have been better?
What would have Kamala Harris done that would have been better than this shit policy that's killed people, tortured people, and destroyed our economy? She would have passed bipartisan legislation to expedite the legal means of entry into this country to significantly reduce undocumented entry and continuing the same ICE operations that existed under Biden that disproportionately focused on undocumented immigrants guilty of violent crimes. And, of course, she would have just generally shifted the Overton window further left to the point where maybe the next Democratic president would not be as pro-establishment as she was and could even pass mass amnesty. That's what she would have done that would have been better.
Well, yeah, so hold on, did Biden not kill any illegals either?
Yeah, Biden never defended the killing of an undocumented immigrant under his administration or a citizen. I want to ask you a question.
Yeah.
DB, thank you for the galaxy. So if there's an immigrant who's trying to legally immigrate into America, hello, Momo, and they're going through their visa application and whatnot, but then Border Patrol figures out that in their home country, they had barged into the dressing rooms of naked women and girls to exploit them, and they proudly admitted to it and boasted about it, called it funny. Do you think that their visa application should be approved or denied?
If it happened, then it would be denied.
Okay, so you think that if an immigrant did that, they shouldn't even be allowed in the country. So Trump did that, so why should he be allowed in the White House?
Well, I mean, I don't know. I guess he shouldn't then.
Oh, so you're not a Trump supporter. I changed my mind.
Well, here's the thing. that didn't happen though. But if it did happen, then
You could also say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now, tell me
I'll
what
tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
You're like a
everything
doctor.
is good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
yeah, that's weird as fuck, honestly.
So it did happen?
Yeah, it did happen.
Okay, so you're no longer a Trump supporter.
Yeah,
Because you
honestly,
just said if this happened, then he shouldn't be president. So you
No.
don't think Trump should be president.
Nah, you changed my mind. That's weird as fuck.
Fantastic, bro. I'm so happy that we could change your mind, man.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, you take care. You take care. There we go. There we fucking go. First conversion of the day. Let's go. And that came in less than an hour. That's beautiful. Dude, let's get some W's in the chat for that. Fucking finally. There we go. First changed mind of the stream. We love that. Momo, do you love that? Do you love that, kitty? Momo is happy. Momo is wagging her tail like a little doggy. Very thankful that there's one less Trump supporter. Dude, Tina, thank you so much for that, Wolf. I appreciate you. Thank you, Tina. Momo, come here. Come sit on my lap. Come sit on my lap. Girl, bit of ball. There you go. Let's go to get the next guest connected right now, everybody. Only do a hop inside of that queue if you are here for a debate about why you're MAGA. I'd really appreciate that if you guys would follow the rules. Hey, Momo. Let's go to get the next guest connected right now. Only hop inside of the queue if you are here for a debate. Please and thank you. Do follow the rules. If you want to support me and support what we do, ask me a question, get a shout out, get a message across, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio on my TikTok account. Those are links, so you couldn't possibly send it to a fake account if you use those links. But you could also find the handle at the top of the phone screen. Just make sure that you quadruple check that spelling. Same thing with the @ and the pin message over on that YouTube stream. Poppy, thank you for that galaxy. Welcome in, 10. Do you support Trump?
Melody.
Okay, I don't know what he said, so I'm going to kick him. Janaea, this came in 7 minutes ago in Venmo. Thank you so much, Janaea, for the $50 donation. Huge shout out to Janaea down below. That is Jenaya. Janaea with the 50 says thank you. Well, thank you, Janaea. You have been supporting me for quite a while now, and I'm so very grateful for you. Same thing to you, Jamie. Thank you for the $50 as well. Who says, get yourself a nice rose and anxiety pen or tonic after dealing with the dumbass spots trolls and MAGA. Oh my. Well, thank you, Jamie and Janaea, for the $50 each. That's a lot of money. I'm very grateful for the two of you. 500 Janaea and 500 Jamie W's. The goats of the hour. Thank you both very, very much. We're still looking for the next guest. We got Sarah loading up. Huge shout out to Janaea and Jamie. Laura, I appreciate you for the $15 as well. You says, read Judas Jarvis Thompson's Defense of Abortion if you haven't already. Judas Thompson did The Violinist, right? If I'm right, that was Judas Thompson, right? I'm pretty sure I've already read her work. Welcome in, Sarah. Do you support Trump? Okay, Sarah's just straight up not here. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Let's go to get the next guest, 99cc, connected. Dylan, thank you for the $10, who says, be cool to hear you talk about cognitive dissonance and amygdala hijacking while you're waddling through trolls. I do that every so often. When I think that I have somebody right on the verge of changing their mind, but cognitive dissonance is holding them back, I will verbally walk them through what cognitive dissonance is and how it impacts humans.
Oh, Deanie,
So
Deanie,
maybe
oh,
you'll have
Deanie,
to
Deanie, oh,
stick
Deanie.
around to possibly hear that today. 99cc, do you support Trump? Dally, that is Dalie. Thank you so much for the $50 on PayPal. Thank you so much, Dally. You are awesome. Thank you. Dally with the $50 says, hello, Dean. This is my first donation. I love you and what you do. Keep it up. I'm at work right now, LOL. Well, that's crazy. Tuning into the stream from work. I hope that you're having a good shift. Thank you for the $50. That is very, very kind of you. Show some love to them down below. Very, very kind, genuinely. And then same thing to you, Payne. Thank you for the $1. And Sarah, thank you for the $10. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
How old are you?
19.
What year were you born in?
2006.
Cool, bro. I have a couple of people to thank on Super Chat, and the mic, the floor yours. Dude Mama with the $10 says W for the conversation again. That was exciting, I know. Shu, appreciate you for the 14 Canadian dollars, who says, get pushed. Dude, I forgot about that guy. Brooke, thank you for the $20, who says, I wanted to let you know, similar to you, my parents are MAGA, and I think your streams have really opened my eyes. Also, sorry about all the trolls. I hope it gets better. Oh, I appreciate you for the $20. Maybe, next time you're with him, Brooke, you should join that live stream so I could talk to him, try to change their minds. Hair dryer, why don't you take it away and tell us why you're a Trump supporter?
Because he gave me this hat. And it's my birthday, D.
Is it actually?
Yes, it is.
Dude, happy birthday!
Thank you, broski.
Wait, are you eating that like right now?
Yeah.
Dude, take a bite.
Bite?
Yeah, bro.
Bite?
Yeah, bro.
I got that. Hold on. I'm food right now. Hey, chat. Stay bro. Say It's red velvet, too. I know some of y'all like red velvet.
That guy's funny. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Happy birthday. Let's go to get the next guest loaded into the live stream. I like that guy. I like that guy in his freaky little hat. If you're on YouTube, you missed it. Feel bad. He had his camera on and everything. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
No, but my family does, and I was wondering how to tell them that.
LeavingMAGA.org. If you want a really good resource for being able to talk to your family about their political beliefs, check out LeavingMAGA.org. They orient their resources around the interpersonal connection that you share with friends and loved ones. And they teach you how to use that connection to try to pull them out of their cult-like delusions. It's a really good resource. I actually saw it on a billboard, fun fact. And I checked it out, and I think they're legit. Let's go to get the next guest, Rennie, loaded up into the box right now. Only hop inside of the queue if you're here for a debate. Miss Serena, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. Says, goat, much love as always. Hell yeah, Serena. Appreciate you for the $20. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
How old are you?
I'm 49.
All right, listen, dude. This clip that I've been playing of Trump and Howard Stern has really been effective at changing minds. So I'm going to just open up with it. Here's my question for you. If Donald Trump was a violent sexual predator, would you still support him as president?
You know what, Dean? I don't want to support him because of that. But the way I look at it, honestly, bro, is you have to pick one of each, okay? I think he's the best. He's the best out of Kamala.
Let's try to answer the question that I asked you. Don't worry, you'll have your time to explain your answer. If Donald Trump was a violent sexual predator, would you still support him as president?
No, I would not. I know where you're going with this. You want me to answer that as a no, because if I answer it as a yes,
I just want you to answer honestly.
I don't support any violent offender.
So what's the answer? Is it a yes or a no?
I don't support him as a violent offender.
Yeah, the question was, would you support him as president?
I support him as a president. I do not support him as a violent offender.
Okay, so my question was, if Trump was a violent sexual offender, would you still support him as president? It sounds like your answer to that question is yes.
It is to an extent, yes.
Why? Damn.
It is. I know. It is a damn. But the way I look at it is, okay, I've got to pick somebody.
Bro, that's just gross.
And who's the best option to pick? And I think it is Trump.
Yeah.
Trump is the best option.
Yeah, so how is the violent sexual predator the best option?
Okay, so I support Trump on the border for the border, especially the border.
Yeah.
You know what? Had it been Kamala,
I'm gonna ask you a question.
What did she do?
I want you to name one way. I want you to name one way that Donald Trump's border policy, Donald Trump's immigration policy has materially made America better over the course of the last year and a half. Just one way.
Well, he's getting rid of all the illegal documents.
Illegal documents. You mean
The illegal,
undocumented immigrants.
undocumented people.
And what's one way that's made our country materially better?
Okay, you know what? Is getting rid of the undocumented immigrants.
How's that made our country better?
These are because a lot of them are rapists and
fact check. That's not true. 2.5 times less likely to commit violent crimes like rape.
Okay, so a lot of them are into rug dealings and stuff.
Fact check. Also not true. The Department of Homeland Security says 80% of people who deal in traffic DRUGS in America are citizens.
Are citizens. Okay, so how come? Why are they so adamant to get these undocumented illegals out of here then?
Because it got your vote.
Who are undocumented.
Fact check. Also not true. Over 20% of the deportations under Obama were those with violent crimes on their record. Today under Trump, that's dropped to below 3%.
Okay, so can we both agree that since Trump has been in the administration, okay, how many undocumented illegals have been deported?
Last year, 700,000 by the admin.
Okay. How many of those undocumented illegals would have been deported if it had been Kamala that was?
I don't know, bro. Go look at ice.gov/statistics. You still haven't
Okay.
answered my question. My question was, what is one material way that Trump's mass deportation has made America better off?
It's making it better off, bro.
How? What's one way?
Maybe it's not making it better at this moment, but it will within time.
Okay,
Stuff
in what
doesn't
way?
happen overnight.
Name one long-term benefit for America of mass deportation.
I'm not Canadian, actually. By the way, I'm not Canadian.
What's one long-term benefit of mass deportation to our country?
One benefit?
Yeah, one long-term material benefit. Yeah.
Well, I mean, how is it not benefit?
That's a burden shift. You just made the claim that that mass deportation will materially help our nation in the long term. Tell me specifically how.
Because the mass deportation of illegal immigrants, undocumented immigrants, is bro. It's getting rid of many in different ways.
Snooze fest. You still have not answered. How about this? We're gonna play a little fun game. You don't
I'm not
listen.
Canadian. Why do you think I'm Canadian?
Listen, just don't listen to the chat. I'm not gonna lie, the chat sometimes gets it wrong. You do sound like you have a slight Canadian accent, but I believe you. What is one way mass deportation will benefit
I have dual citizen.
America materially in the long term?
But I'm in Florida as well.
Okay. All right, so I'm pulling out the whiteboard because you're really struggling to answer the question I'm asking you. And when people struggle to answer questions that I ask, we pull out the whiteboard. Boom. Bang. Question. What is one specific way mass deportation will benefit American material in the long term? What's the answer?
What is one specific way mass deportation? Wow. How will it benefit America? I honestly, I don't know what to say.
Okay.
I just know I just know that within both administrations, one wouldn't do what the other one would do. And if Kamala had been voted in, none of this would have happened. Whereas with Trump being voted in, it is being looked after.
Okay. So my question was, what is one specific way that mass deportation will benefit America materially in the long term? Your answer was, wow, how will it benefit America? I honestly don't know what to say. I just know that with both administrations, one wouldn't do what the other would do. If Harris was voted in, none of this would happen. Okay. So clearly you have been unable to justify your claim that mass deportation will materially benefit America now or in the long term. correct?
Well, I'm not saying it is, bro. But I'm just like,
well, if it's not making our country better, then why do you want to do it?
I'm sure it's making it better in some ways.
How? Name one way. Name one way. Okay. Back to the whiteboard. Back to the fucking whiteboard. Okay, you just made the claim that I'm sure that it's making it better in a way. So we're just going to get rid of this in the long term because you said it's making it better in a way that could be the short term or the long term. So tell us, how is mass deportation, quote unquote, making America better in a way, or as I would word it, what is one specific way mass deportation will benefit America materially? Explain to me the justification for your claim.
Okay, well, I lean towards jobs as well.
Okay, is that your final answer?
I mean, there's a lot that have take jobs away, but then there's a lot that do need to fill the jobs because there's a lot of Americans that will not do the jobs that those people will do. So you can argue till you're blue in the face, bro.
Is that your final answer? Okay, so the question was, what is one specific way mass deportation will benefit America materially? Your final answer is, well, I lean towards jobs as well. I mean, there's a lot that take jobs away. Then there's a lot that need to fill the jobs. So you can argue until you're blue in the face, bro. Okay, well, I'm not really seeing like any justification in this statement for the claim that mass deportation will materially benefit America in any way.
All right, I don't know what to say.
Oh, okay. So you admit that you have no reason to believe that there's that the mass deportation will benefit America in any way. Can we agree that it's wrong to hold beliefs without reason or evidence?
Yeah, we can say that.
Okay. Can we agree that you couldn't give reason or evidence for your belief that mass deportation will benefit America in any specific way?
I can agree and say that right now. Yes, I can.
Okay. Well, then you shouldn't believe that it will benefit America.
All right, you got me there.
And if you don't believe that it will benefit America, then why would you support it?
But bro, I don't know. I support Trump. Like I said, you could pick one from the other, and I just think Trump's the better one to pick.
But it seems like you don't have any reason to think that Trump is the better one to pick. How about this? I'm going to give you a reason why you're wrong. Okay, so unlike you, I don't struggle with answering the question, what is one specific way mass deportation will materially serve as a detriment to America? I could answer that question really easily. So it hurts us in a couple ways. It hurts us socially, morally, and economically. So economically, it reduces our GDP growth by around 1.1 through 1.7 trillion dollars annually, according to the American Immigration Institute. It reduces our taxable revenue by around $100 billion per year, according to the IRS. And it costs us around $1 trillion in upfront costs over the course of the next 10 years, once again, according to the American Immigration Institute. Now, further than that, it also reduces the productivity of the American labor force, and it reduces the productivity of American manufacturers. Because according to the BLS, there are around 8.7 million undocumented immigrants that are actively working in our country. So when you forcefully expel them all, and you also expel the consumers, 14 million undocumented immigrants that are consuming, you ensure that there's less labor, so therefore companies aren't able to produce as many goods to sell, and then there's less consumers, meaning that there's also less people to buy the goods that companies do produce, which slowly reduces the productivity of the economy and leads to less jobs, which is maybe one of the reasons why we've seen the worst jobs report in 20 years, ignoring recessions last year under Trump, where we also saw 1.3 million undocumented immigrants deported. We only added 181,000 jobs to the economy compared to 2.2 million jobs a year prior under Biden. Okay, so I gave you like maybe 7 specific material ways that mass deportation materially serves as a detriment to this nation. You gave me 0 specific material ways mass deportation serves as a benefit to this nation.
And that's kind of what I was trying to
explain. So can we agree that the cons outweigh the pros?
Explain it, sorry.
So do we agree that the cons outweigh the pros?
I agree with you there, yes.
Okay, if the cons outweigh the pros, then we shouldn't support it.
I don't know. You got me, but I don't know. I like Trump. I listen, Dean. I just want also I don't like reading the chat either. I do want to say, listen, I am Canadian and I'm American. I got dual citizen. Whatever these guys are thinking, fuck.
Dude,
listen.
you just agreed that Donald Trump's policy is only harmful to America.
No.
Yes! You agreed that it'd be wrong for you to believe that mass deportation benefits America. And then you conceded that you agree that mass deportation serves as a detriment to America.
Okay, I agree.
The conclusion of those two statements is that therefore Donald Trump's policy only hurts America.
I said I agree to disagree.
No, you said you agree to agree. Remember? Okay, let's go back to the fucking whiteboard. Let's go back to the fucking whiteboard, dude. That's right, buddy. That's right, buddy. Answer the question. What's one specific way that mass deportation will benefit America materially?
Okay, Dean, you got me. Listen, you got me. I gotta go, but listen, I love your show. I love what you do. You're a great person.
Okay, I really hope that you reconsider your beliefs, because let me tell you, man, the only thing that's supporting your worldview is your own cognitive dissonance. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Dude, that's really sad to see. That's really sad to see. I hate to see that. I hate to see that. Oh, my goodness. And I got to say, that's probably one of the best debate performances I've ever given. I've ever fucking given. And he admitted that we got him, but he still didn't change his mind. Ah, Jesus. Cognitive dissonance. It's a beast. Sophia, do you support Trump?
I have a question.
I'm going to take that as a no. I hope you have a good rest of your day, Sophia. Only hop inside of the box if you are here for a debate, everybody. Hey, let me know. Let me know your thoughts on the whiteboard down below in that chat. I thought that was pretty good. I thought that was really good. Do we need to pull out the whiteboard more often? I feel like that is such a good way to hold people accountable. That is such a very good way to hold people accountable to what they say. Welcome in. Do you support Trump, Jana?
Was on sale for $70.
Oh yeah, but it's mom's account.
Jana Bub Johnson. Hello?
How do I?
Hi, guys. You're connected to the live stream?
Hey, can you debate my dad? He supports Trump.
Yes, I can. Hello? Hello, Trump supporting father. Are you there with us?
Makes up this entire set. Like I said, the rest is just
You gotta
halfway.
Are you interested in a conversation about why you're MAGA, sir?
Why I'm MAGA?
That's Trump support.
I just want to know if you're on board. I just want to know if you're on board. If you're not on board, no worries, I'll move on. But if you are on board, I'm going to need your attention.
You're going to need my attention. I'm being forced by a child that has been...
Okay. Don't worry about it.
Brainwashed by your media presence that she's following hook, line, and sinker, it seems like. So she's trying to get me forced into this whole debate thing, but I don't even know who you are, what you support.
Well, let me tell you. First and foremost, if you don't want to talk to me, just tell me, and I'll disconnect you from the call, because I understand I don't like when, children will force parents into conversations with me. Even though you're MAGA, I don't like that. I feel zicky. But you just told me that you think I've brainwashed your child into differing political opinions than yourself. Sir, this is time for you to demonstrate your parenthood. This is time for you to unbrainwash your child by proving the man who has brainwashed her wrong. I mean, this is really your opportunity to shine, to show your children that you are a critical thinker, and to prove the political opposition wrong in a very friendly debate. I hate Trump. I'm further left than the Democratic Party, and I think that the only way forward is for us to endorse and support very progressive politicians like Zohran Mamdani. That's what I believe, and I want to have a conversation with you about your support for Trump.
I wouldn't necessarily say as much Trump, but Christian nation and the whole Mamdani religious playing into the whole thing does not fit this nation, its principles, or it's just not a good fit for this nation. It's not. I mean, the whole socialism. It's been tried in many other nations. It just ain't gonna work. I mean, we've already been shown, told that it's destined to fail. It already has in other nations. So, I mean, what makes going to be coming here going to be like any difference, change, or success?
Okay, well, the first thing I'll say is that democratic socialism is absolutely compatible with like the core tenets of American ideology, because democratic socialism, of course, starts with a framework of democracy, and slowly like voting for and supporting socialist change over the course of like 50 years to a lifetime through our democratic processes. I'm not a democratic socialist, but I can't deny that democratic socialists do not contradict base American principles. I would say that you do contradict base American principles, though. You told us that you think that we are a Christian nation. Well, that is contradictory to the base American principle of separation between church and state and freedom of religion for all constituents.
That's what the founding fathers of this whole nation, as we were began out and started as, were. And I mean, that's what they had in mind as ideal.
Oh, no.
The separation of church and state thing, that's even been told, I mean, set apart as something different than what it's been presented as.
No, don't say that our founding fathers were Christian. That's just such a bad rep for Christianity, because they were slave owners. They owned people's property. They subjugated women to be housemaids. Only rich white men who owned property could even vote. Like, oh my, that's anti-Christian propaganda. It is anti-Christian propaganda to say that our founding fathers were Christian.
Not necessarily, because even in the Bible, slavery was a thing. I mean, it just happened in the day.
What? So wait, you'd argue that sometimes Christianity is pro-slavery?
Well, in that time and era, yeah.
You want us to be a Christian nation?
I'm not saying it was.
Is God all good?
God is good, yeah.
Has God ever been bad?
It's pretty much not possible.
Okay, so in the times when Christianity was pro-slavery, meaning the Christian God was pro-slavery, because the Christian God is all good, this means that slavery was also good.
Not necessarily. I wouldn't say good. I said it was just dumb.
How could an all-good God support something that's bad?
It just was done. I mean, it didn't say he put a stamp of approval on it. It just said that it was a thing, like it existed, just like...
Well, acknowledging the existence of slavery doesn't make one pro-slavery. And you specifically said that sometimes Christianity has or is pro-slavery.
I didn't say it was pro-slavery. I mean, Christianity was pro-slavery.
I'm pretty sure it was. I'm pretty sure that is what you said. So would you take Trump over Harris?
Pretty much all day, every day. I mean,
Why?
She didn't really have... I mean, she couldn't hold even a sentence together, like when she was in any kind of form of... what do you call it, rallies or whatever. Every time she was in the spotlight, it was obviously told that it just pointed to like anybody watching that she just didn't know what she was talking about.
Even Trump disagrees with you.
He what?
Even Trump disagrees with you. He lost the debate so badly to her that he had to falsely accuse her of wearing in-ear monitors to have people on the outside telling her what to do and telling her what to say, because of how badly he lost and how butthurt he was. But I mean, if you truly want to talk about people who can't string fluent sentences together, let's talk about Trump calling Iran the Islamic Republic of Japan, calling Zelensky Mr. Putin not once but twice in less than 30 seconds, saying that coal is clean, saying that we could fight windmills, that windmills cause cancer, or that we could fight hurricanes with nukes, or yapping about sharks, boats, and batteries for over a minute straight, or posting over 150 times on Truth Social in less than 2 hours, accusing Obama of being a literal demon, to say that he worked with the CIA to overthrow the 2016 election, to praising Allah after attacking the Pope and calling himself Christian, to then depicting himself as God. If you really want to concern yourself with a politician who's clearly lost their marbles, look no further than Trump.
Because we came out of a super awesome, totally put together president that was pre-Trump. There pretty much was, everybody could tell just by listening to, watching, and seeing where his actions even were on TV that he just did not know where he was.
Okay, well, now you've shifted the goalposts from talking about Kamala Harris to talking about Biden. Listen, I don't deny that Biden was a senile old man, but I'd prefer the senile old man who isn't a rapist, who's passing good domestic policy, compared to the senile old man who is a rapist, who's passing terrible domestic policy.
Oh, we've moved to the point where he's been convicted and proven of all that, legally and everything. I mean,
oh yeah,
we can call anybody anything, I guess, if we want to.
Well, I mean, we could especially call them that when a jury rules it, right?
I guess if we are going to say that that's the case, but I don't see any convictions or anything of that nature. I mean, proof of it.
Yeah. Do you want to look at your phone screen real quick?
I'm looking at one right now.
Perfect.
I can't really see it, but...
Oh, let me make it bigger.
And what's it saying?
Oh, what is it saying?
All I can see is say like a 2 and...
Yeah, did Mr. Trump sexually abuse Miss Carroll? The jury said yes, and this is a jury verdict form from the United States District Court, Southern District of New York. E. Jean Carroll versus Donald Trump, case number 22-CV-10016.
Okay.
So you just said that you've never seen that, like, a jury verdict form that proved he raped or sexually abused anybody. Well, now you have.
Yes. I mean, is it jury, whatever? I mean, was there any proof, I guess, evidence, whatever?
Yeah, I just showed you a jury verdict form where a unanimous jury of 9 ruled that he sexually abused or raped, as I put it, a woman.
So as you put it.
Yeah, because he forcefully penetrated her vagina with his fingers. I think that's rape.
I would say sexual abuse, not rape, but...
So, what do you think rape is? Can you define that word rape?
Well, sexually...
Like the sexual penetration of a part of a person's body. Okay, well that's what he did with his fingers.
Well, that wouldn't be sex, but okay.
Or so you're saying that rape is only rape with a penis?
I would call it that.
Okay, so what is the relevant difference between a man forcefully penetrating a woman's vagina with his penis and forcefully penetrating a woman's vagina with his finger that makes it rape in one case, but not rape in the other?
Well, I'd call it sexual assault, not rape.
I know, I'm just asking you for the difference between those two actions that makes one rape and then the other not rape. Because I think that, like, all of the outcomes are the same. Like, this woman is still having her dignity infringed on, having her consent infringed on, having her bodily autonomy infringed on, having the immediate harm of that action being unconsensually committed having the long-term harm taken away from the experience of trauma, potential victim blaming, and lifelong reliving the experience through retelling the experience. I just don't really see literally any
There's
difference.
obviously damage physically or mentally or emotionally or whatever, but I would say you're not going to get, for one, somebody pregnant over the form you're calling of sexual, I would say a sexual abuse versus rape being with sexual members.
Yeah, but I mean, now you're just like denying that like that the rape of young children exists, because before girls start puberty, they can't get pregnant. Therefore, if a man forcefully penetrates their vagina with his penis, there's no chance of pregnancy. Therefore, there's no chance of rape, because apparently, according to you, there needs to be a chance of pregnancy in order to define what rape is. And that's the reason why you exclude the fingers. But this also means that you exclude girls under the age of like generally 9 or so, as well as women over the age of generally 55 or so, from people that can be raped. Same thing with like 2 men. Like if a man rapes a man, no way that man could get pregnant if they're both, males. So therefore, men can't rape men. Women can't rape women as long as they're both females. So, I mean, it just seems here that you're denying same-sex rape. You're denying the rape of young children. You're denying the rape of old women that have gone through menopause. If you speculate that a possibility of pregnancy is a necessary requirement in order for rape to be rape.
Actually, you just ran away with all of that completely. I would say it's like physical or sexual abuse by hands or whatever you're saying, penetration, the stuff that you've gone on to. The sexual members with sexual members would be, I would say, be called rape. And yes, that could still include, even if they can't get pregnant, like you had said, children, I mean, can be obviously raped if you're using sexual members on sexual members. I mean, if you're using hands, as you're saying, penetration or whatever you want to call it, I would say that I would call it classified as sexual abuse, not.
So do you
rape.
think that it's any worse to force your penis in a woman's body than to force your finger in a woman's body?
I would say it's a lot more worse, yes.
Why?
I mean, if you're going to classify it, I'd say either one is bad, worse.
Why is it worse with the penis than the finger?
Well, there's a morality thing that comes into factor, like.
No, but I'm asking you, like, why you think it's worse. Like, what are the reasons?
What I just told you. I mean, there's a morality that's being diminished.
I know, but like, what are the moral reasons that explain why it's morally worse to force a penis in a woman's body compared to your finger?
Force, for one.
Well, I mean, in both scenarios, force is present, so that wouldn't explain why you think one action's worse than the other.
As in, what are we doing? We're classifying like sexual assault.
I'm just asking you why the action of a man forcing his penis on a woman is worse than the action of a man forcing his fingers on a woman?
Because there's a lot. I mean, you're not going to get somebody pregnant for one.
Okay, so do you think that therefore...
And then that's a possibility of pregnancy. And yes, as you had stated, okay, that it's, I mean, then you're trying to disclassify.
So do you think that child rape is preferable to adult rape as long as the child can't get pregnant?
Neither one is preferable.
Okay, so you'd agree that the rape of a girl who can't get pregnant because she's 7 years old is just as wrong or worse, I would say just as wrong, as the rape of an adult woman who can get pregnant, even though the little girl can't get pregnant. So what this tells us is that the possibility of insemination is not relevant to your moral examination of the wrongness of rape. So this doesn't explain why you think it's worse for a man to force his penis on somebody compared to forcing his finger on somebody.
I don't know how you ran with all that, but
well, it was just a demonstration of your logic as applied to another action.
Rape in either case is bad, period. Age, irrelevant.
Okay, so then you do accept that it's just as wrong to force your fingers on a woman as it is to force your penis?
I'd say period, the whole scenario is bad, yeah. But I would not say, like, fingers is worse than...
I'm not asking you to say that fingers is worse than penis. I'm just asking to say that they're both just as wrong.
I'd say they're both wrong, period.
Okay, so then I guess regardless of what you want to call what Donald Trump did to E. Jean Carroll, rape or sexual abuse, because we agree they're just as wrong as one another, why can't we agree that this should be disqualifying from the presidency? Why can you and me not fundamentally agree that violent sexual predators should not be president?
Well, if it's the case, then I would say something should be done, like punishment, whatever. I wouldn't say it probably is going to, like, pull him out of presidency. I mean...
So explain to me why you don't think that violent sexual abuse... Tell us why you don't think that should be disqualifying for public office.
Well, I'm not sure of the whole scenario as far as to what that case is involved in. Like, was it, like you're saying, violent? You want to throw in there?
Well, yeah, any act of rape or sexual abuse is violent.
Every single act, too, is always truthful when coming out. Like, I mean, it couldn't be a chance of a woman trying to get her 5 minutes of fame or making
we've kind of ruled that chance out.
Are like totally not a thing.
We've ruled that chance out because this woman didn't just accuse Trump; she proved it in court to unanimous jury of 9. And then Trump tried to appeal that ruling of that court to 5 different courts, including the Supreme Court. And all 5 of those appeal courts, including the Supreme Court, upheld the verdict and rejected his appeal. So, I mean, at this point, we've kind of like ruled out the possibility that she was lying. Like Donald Trump made that case to 6 different courts, including the 6-3 conservative-leaning Supreme Court. And all 6 of those courts said, no, you did it.
I guess I'm not familiar with any of this scenario. I never followed it or don't know any more about it. Like, I mean, I guess I'm just not familiar with it as far as this case or that scenario. As far as this whole sexual abuse case.
I'm talking about Donald Trump being a sexual predator a lot today because I found it to be really effective in changing minds. And listen, dude, this isn't the only case of Donald Trump like engaging in sexual violence. He also admitted to it before. He admitted to going inside of women and girls' dressing rooms to unconsensually look at their naked bodies, and he said he found it funny on a podcast in 2005.
Okay.
I even have a clip of him admitting it. You want to hear it?
Sure.
Imagine it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now,
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
like
everything is good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
Okay.
So does that convince you that Donald Trump is engaged in sexual violence?
Sexual violence? I mean, still, I haven't heard like anything proof of like sexual violence. I mean,
well, that was the
that sounds like he's like kind of like an old perv, maybe a little bit. Like he's kind of like getting to see people changing or whatever in some kind of whatever this.
Yeah, listen, sexual violence is just defined as any sexual action that's unconsensual. Like the action of like infringing on the consent of multiple women and girls by barging into their changing spaces that were private for women and girls to then look at their naked bodies. That's a sexual action that was unconsensual. So by definition, it'd have to be sexual violence.
I would not say the violence, but
how do you define sexual violence?
Well, assault.
Assault. So there has to be physical touch.
Yeah, I would say like assault. Like you have to be forced or. Physical.
I just disagree with you, because I think that violence is harm. Do you agree?
Well, you're getting into a mental aspect of it or something.
Yeah, there's like other forms of harm than just physical harm, right? Like I would say in virtue of the fact that he infringed on their autonomy, dignity, and consent, like there was harm caused. Therefore, the action was violent.
If they're in that place, that like whatever your clip was, if they're in this place with the agreement that they know that he's in this area, show the name, presence, or whatever, then I guess they know that something like that in nature is probably going to happen. I'm not saying it's good. I'm saying...
Okay, well, a couple things in response. First and foremost, this happened to minors in Miss Teen USA. We had 3 come out and say that this happened to them. The youngest one was 15 years old. It doesn't matter if a minor knows that they're going to be looked at naked by an old man. They can't consent to it because they're kids. Secondarily, they didn't know that they would have a man barging into their dressing rooms because they were in a woman's dressing room. Women's dressing rooms have a reasonable expectation of privacy away from men. And he's a man. Therefore, they have a reasonable expectation of privacy away from him.
Agreed.
Okay. So there was no, like, there's no, like, justification here. He walked in. He committed a sexual action by seeking out their naked bodies. And because it was unconsensual, it was harmful. Okay, and because it's harmful, it was violent. Because violence is harm.
There's a difference. You're making a jump from a mental aspect to a physical aspect.
I don't think I am. Listen, let's say that there was this 40-year-old elementary teacher at a girls-only school, and he had one of these elementary school girls stay after class when everybody else left, and he told her that he was going to fail her unless she took her clothes off and let him look at her naked body, so she did it. He didn't touch her, though. Can we agree that would be sexually violent for him to do?
Violent, no. I would say predatory, yes.
Would it be violent for a man to force a child to take their clothes off so he could look at them?
Well, if he's forcing clothes off, then he's physically assaulting.
No, he's forcing her to take her clothes off by coercing her to take her clothes off. There's more mediums of force than just physical force. Another example is like a burglar that breaks into your home and points a gun at you and says, "Give me all of your possessions or I'm going to kill you." Without touching you, he still caused you violence. Just like this elementary school teacher, without touching the student, still caused them violence. And Donald Trump, without touching these women and girls, still caused them violence. You can absolutely be violent without physically touching someone.
I still ain't getting where you're getting that, jumping from one.
If a man broke into your house and pointed a gun at the heads of your children, but didn't touch them, and he told you that he was going to pull that trigger unless you give him your money, so you do give him your money, and then without touching your children again, takes that money and leaves your house, was that violent?
Well, I'm going to physically get violent myself. I'm not going to just like allow it to. You're taking like action out of.
I know. I'm saying if you were to just let it happen and give him the money and then he leaves, is what he did violent?
Yeah, he has a physical object, a gun.
Yeah, but he didn't touch anyone.
The threat of harm. I mean, it's got to be. It's
okay,
still
so now you're saying that a threat of harm is violent. Okay, but a threat of harm that does not include physical touch is violent. So now you're agreeing that something can be violent just because of the causation of mental anguish / harm. That's exactly what you're saying.
No, that's what I'm saying. You're not getting me. I mean, the physical threat is the physical threat. The claim or the threat of harm, I guess, the burglar is, I mean, he hasn't assaulted you yet.
Right, and he won't assault you. And you know that because you're going to give him your money. But he's still committing violence. Without ever touching you, he's committing violence.
Yeah, I ain't stretching to it, I guess. But.
So then you'd argue that he didn't commit violence?
Well, if you come to my house, I mean, he's broke in, he's entering, so.
Just like Donald Trump went into a space that he wasn't allowed to be? He entered the dressing rooms?
I guess if he was made to be the whatever. I don't know that.
I mean, I honestly think that's a really good comparison. You're saying this man is violent because he forcefully, against your will, broke into your house and came into a space where he was not supposed to be, then caused you and your family a very significant amount of mental harm and anguish. And that was violent of him to do. That's exactly what Donald Trump did to these women and girls. He broke into a space forcefully without their consent where he wasn't supposed to be and caused them a bunch of mental harm and anguish by infringing on their bodily autonomy and consent and looking at them in the nude unconsensually.
Was he like some kind of special guest or star or
No,
whatever?
it was a woman's dressing room. No.
No, I mean at this event, period.
Listen, he was the owner of the event.
Oh, there you go. You're saying it like he wasn't supposed to be there, I guess.
Yeah, the owner of a space is not supposed to be in women's dressing rooms or changing rooms or bathrooms in that space if they're a man.
I guess that whoever's in charge of this whole event, besides, I mean, not owner, him being owner, whoever's like running this show should have like never allowed him, I guess, access to even that area.
If you're like shopping with your daughters and they use a bathroom at a local store and then the owner of that store follows them in there and he's a man, he did something very wrong even though he owned the space, right?
Oh man, I could already just about smell the transgenderism and all the other bathroom usage stuff coming. I'm not going to touch it, but as far as I can see that coming down through this whole bathroom scene.
I don't know why you're mentioning trans people. Just answer the question. If you're out shopping with your daughters, they use a bathroom at a business. It's a small business. The owner of that business follows them in. Did he do something wrong? Or did he not do something wrong because he's the owner?
One, he went into the wrong bathroom, so yes, he did something wrong.
Even though he's the owner, and that's my point. When I told you that Donald Trump was the owner, and then your response was, well, there you go, that explains everything. No, that doesn't explain fucking anything. Because male owners of businesses, men that own businesses, cannot just barge into the women's dressing room, bathroom, or locker room to look at the naked people inside. That's wrong to do.
Agreed, morally.
Okay, so can we agree that this should disqualify Trump from the presidency?
You're making a totally different jump. I mean, you're saying this is a different story, and we're going to do this as a result.
I mean, he sexually violated women and girls. Why is that not enough?
You're jumping from one thing totally unrelated to another.
It's a simple question, because now you've agreed that Donald Trump sexually violated women and girls, correct?
I would say, I don't know this event that you're at. I guess I don't know what that scenario. You're saying that he's like running the show or owns this event or whatever. Should he have been allowed in the process or the dressing room area? No, period.
Okay, so he did sexually violate them, right?
I wouldn't say I say he invaded their privacy. I wouldn't say he sexually assaulted them.
I said violated. And you wouldn't say that he sexually violated him. So what would you say to a woman who had a man barge into their dressing room to look at their naked body? If that woman said, I feel sexually violated because this man is unconsensually looking at me in the nude when I was just trying to try a dress on, would you say that they're wrong? That they weren't actually sexually violated? So clearly they were. So clearly they were sexually violated. What? Why are you arguing that women and girls who are just trying to change, who have men barge in to look at them naked unconsensually aren't what? They're not sexually violated? Why? Why is that not enough? Why is a man barging in to a woman or a little girl's dressing room while she's in the nude just trying clothes on, not sexually violating that woman or a girl? Dude, if that's not a sexual violation, then what would be a sexual violation? That is so clearly a sexual violation.
I guess actual sexual assault or violation, I guess.
You don't need to touch someone to sexually violate them. You don't.
I guess.
How about this? Like a woman or a girl that's at a Kohl's trying to dress on and gets naked to try it on, and the floor manager that's a man unlocks their door and looks at them naked. Is that girl a victim?
Partly, I would say.
Partly?
Nothing other than, actual. I'm just not jumping to you. I'm just
12-year-old girl, 12-year-old girl, pedophile, goes into her dressing room to look at her naked for sexual arousal. Is that 12-year-old girl a victim?
To a degree, yes.
To a degree?
It's to a degree, because he never was. They weren't physically assaulted. I'm jumping to your.
Okay.
Yes,
So I don't know why you're saying partly or to a degree. That's just crazy. But you're saying yes, they're a victim. Okay, so how could that 12-year-old girl be a victim without being violated? I would say in order for a victim to be a victim, they have to be violated in some way. Victim and violation actually share the same root word, which is violence.
And then
You can't have a victim without a violation, and you can't have a violation without violence.
We're back to the physical again.
But we're just ignoring like the violence part here, and now we're just focusing on victim and violation. So you would argue that this girl who had a pedophile bust down into her dressing room, she would be a victim, but there was no sexual violation that took place. So how could she be a victim without being violated?
I guess I'm not following your.
I'll repeat it. You agree that if a man barges into a woman or girl's dressing room to look at them unconsensually when they're in the nude, those women and girls would be victims. Okay, but when I asked you if this would be an act of if this would be a sexual violation, you said no. This would not be a sexual violation. So my question to you is, how can they be a victim if they weren't violated?
Well, their privacy was violated.
Okay. So they were violated.
Just their right to privacy.
Yes. Okay. So then Donald Trump did sexually violate women and girls. Because he violated their right to privacy in the furtherance of a sexual action.
I'm not calling one the other. You're saying your right to privacy.
Do you agree that Trump sexually violated these women and girls by violating their right to privacy in the furtherance of a sexual action?
One, not the other. I would say yes, he violated their right to privacy.
Well, can we agree that he violated their... Do we agree that he violated their right to privacy in the furtherance of an unconsensual sexual action?
Sexual action? That you're jumping again, because it's not an action. It's still just.
It's not an action to unconsensually look at somebody in the nude. An action is just something that you do. Donald Trump is doing the action of unconsensually looking at somebody while they're naked.
I guess I'm not making that jump.
So that's not okay. Do you agree that an action is something that you do?
You're cut back to what I would say it's a physical act.
I just want to know, can we agree that an action is something that you do?
I guess it'd be classified as that, a verb.
Okay, so yes, that is. To act is to do. Did Donald Trump unconsensually look at them in the nude?
You're making that accusation, I guess. I'm not.
That's what we heard Trump admit to on that clip. So if to act is to do, and Donald Trump did unconsensually look at them in the nude, then that's an action that Trump engaged in. It's just basic language.
Other than, I mean, you're just pulling out a clip. I don't know the whole, like.
So do you agree that that would be a sexual action? Do you agree that it's a sexual action to look at somebody in the nude unconsensually?
Repeat it again.
Do you agree that it's a sexual action to look at somebody in the nude unconsensually? To like, for the purpose of just looking at their naked body?
A sexual action? I don't know.
Oh my goodness. This is my last attempt. Do you agree that to act is to do?
I guess I'm gonna say I guess. So.
Okay, if to act is to do, then can you agree that to do is to act?
Sure.
So if you did something, you engaged in an action, since to do is to act.
Okay.
Okay. So you just accepted that if you do something, you're engaging in an action. Donald Trump did look at their naked bodies without consent. Therefore, Donald Trump engaged in the action of looking at their naked bodies without consent.
Okay, keep rolling.
Okay, and because that action is sexual by nature, because he's unconsensually looking at a woman or girl's naked body for the reason of looking at a woman or girl's naked body, it is therefore a sexual action.
Okay.
So do you accept that that's a sexual action?
Just say yes.
Tell them why you do support Trump.
Why I do support Trump? Oh, I just.
Okay, the daughter's back. Oh, you feel free. The phone is now yours. I'm kicking. Goodbye. Moving on to the next guys. Dense as a fucking brick. Dense as a fucking brick. I'm just so demoralized after that conversation. I'm not mad. I'm not fucking angry. It's just because I'm just demoralized. You know, the first time I talked to a dead ass awful shitter like that motherfucker, and they were saying and doing the same things that guy was, I was so pissed. I was so pissed. I was foaming at the mouth. The second time, foaming at the mouth. The third time, foaming at the mouth. The 40th time, foaming at the mouth. The 400th time, foaming at the mouth. But today, the 4,000th time, because I've had that same conversation so many times before, I am no longer foaming at the mouth, but rather just completely demoralized. I just have this pit in my stomach. We're going to move on to the next guest. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Why? Why do people choose to live their lives that way? Why do people choose to just be such terrible people and choose to just ignore such obvious virtuous truths that would make them a better person? I've never watched somebody fight harder to deny basic rudimentary facts of morality and basic rudimentary uses of language. Moving on to the next guest. I'm really demoralized after that conversation, though. Only opposite side of that cube, you happen to be an American adult that's voiced Donald Trump as president. That's what they do, by the way. Real talk. I appreciate you for the galaxy. When they can't debate you on the substance. That's what they do. That's what they do when they can't debate you on the substance. They play fucking stupid. They play fucking stupid, and they debate you on the language. And then when they lose the debate on the language, they play fucking stupid. And then they start mumbling, oh, I don't know. Oh, I don't fucking know. You don't know a goddamn thing. 7, do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
How old are you?
I'm 27.
What are your pronouns?
He, her.
She, her?
Yeah, I don't believe in pronouns things.
You're trolling. You have the pride flag in your bio.
Yeah, I'm gay, but I don't believe in she, her. There's only two genders.
Holy fuck. Okay, there's something muffling your mic.
No, my phone. I have it in my hand. There's nothing.
Do you have like a phone case on it?
Yeah.
Take that case off. And while you're doing that, I'm going to thank a couple people. Charlie, thank you for the $10. Who says it's even more demoralizing that these people vote more often than the left. To all viewers, vote. I could not agree more, Charlie. Thank you so much. Bear with the $15 says a weapon is not even needed for women to feel threatened by men. Yup. Thank you so much for the $15. I really do appreciate you. Do show some love to our super chatters down below. Who else do we have here? Seditious, appreciate you for the $12. Just calling that out as rape apologia. Absolutely. The Greater Fool Band, thank you for the $20. Let's get 200 Fool Band W's down below. Who says a young woman is learning in real time that her dad would excuse her being assaulted. I really do appreciate you for the $20 and the very unfortunate truth nuke. It is just so fucking sad. Simply, thank you for the $10. I really do appreciate you, Simply. FeistyBot with the $10 says, why is he laughing? He was laughing at multiple points during that debate. Ace with the $10 says, man suffers from Dunning-Kruger. Couldn't agree more. Grand with the $10 says, thanks for the debates while I'm working OT over the weekend. Good luck with that OT, man. Cozy with the $10 says, Dina's changed so many minds that he's running out of MAGA to debate. No, they've just gone in hiding. Brooke, thank you for the $20. Let's get 200 Brooke W's, who says, I just want to let you know, similar to my parents, they're also MAGA. Oh, wait, actually, Brooke, I thanked you earlier, so I guess I'm going to thank you again. But I appreciate you. I do. I really do. Show some love to Brooke down below. We have a couple people to thank over on Venmo and PayPal real quick. On Venmo, thank you so much, Shannon, for the $5. I really appreciate you. Peyton with the $10 says it's maddening to see Trump supporters only understand how wrong Trump's actions are when put in perspective for them as if his actions were directly happening to their daughter. Saddening. So fucking sad. Jay with the $10 says ask if he thinks peeping is a crime. I don't even know what he'd say. Leah with the $2 saying this guy is sick. Day with a $5 saying that guy is sick. Jenna with a $5 saying that guy is sick. Celeste with a $10 says thank you for the continuous education and sorry for the trolls. Well, I appreciate you, Celeste. Hope you enjoy the rest of the stream today. Oliver with the $10 saying this dad is telling on himself. Absolutely. Haley and Lily, appreciate you guys for the $5. Miss Mary, thank you for the $15. I really do appreciate you very much. Hey, Dean, have you ever played that clip on your live stream where Trump falsely stated that E. Jean Carroll said it was very sexy to be raped? I mean, I've never played that clip on my live stream, but I think I remember watching that myself. He's such a disgusting animal. Thank you for the $15, Mary. Madison, thank you for the $10. She says, you've been watching these debates for over a year on a daily basis. Madison, you are the fucking MVP. Thank you for the $10. Kayla with the $10 calling that last guest sick. Oakley with the $10 saying that I'm amazing. Oh, thank you, Oakley. Let's get 100 Oakley W's. And Miss Liz, thank you for the $20. Let's get 200 Liz W's. Who says, my best friend needed an abortion after birth control failed, and thank God she got one. Elective abortions matter too. I absolutely agree with you, Liz. That's why I also debate the morality of elective abortions, because elective abortions are so very important. Thank you so much for the $20, and I'm happy to hear that your friend was able to get that figured out. Norma with the $5, I do appreciate you. I do agree that neither side was perfect. Mohammed, thank you for the $5, who says much love from Afghanistan. Well, shout out to you, Mohammed. Ivy, thank you for the $10, who says let me know if you get this, and yes to the whiteboard. Hell yeah, I did get that, Ivy. Thank you so much, and I'll have to pour that whiteboard out more. Kelsey and Lindsay, thank you both for the $10. That came in 49 minutes ago over on Venmo. Thank you so much. Andrew with the $5 says you type fast as hell. I'm trying to type faster. Jody with the $10 says keep on doing what you're doing. Thank you, Jody. Then Bettina and Sammy, I appreciate y'all both for the $5 as well. And with all that being said, we're actually caught up on Venmo, except for one donation from a very specific person we're going to touch on here in a moment, so we can allow this guest the opportunity to take the debate away. There was also a handful of individuals who did support us over on PayPal. I will wrap in those thank yous into the middle of the next debate. But in the meantime, why don't you go and take it away and tell us why you support Trump?
I just believe he was a better candidate than Kamala was.
Oh, your mic is so muffled. Seriously, hold your phone up like this and talk like an inch away from the mic on your phone. If that doesn't figure it out, unfortunately, I'm just going to have to move on.
Yeah, you can hear me?
A little bit closer?
Muffled? Is this still muffled?
Ooh, that might be good enough. That might be good enough. So why do you support Trump?
I just believe he was a better candidate than Kamala was. I never even heard of her before. Yeah, Kamala. I can't really say her name.
Just call her Harris.
Yeah, Harris. I just think he was better than her. Like,
why?
If you because I've never even heard of her before this election even happened. Like, of course, she was the vice president for the 4 years with Biden, but I'm like, there's no background on what she was. Biden, there was a background. There's many years dating back to where he was fighting, whatever he was doing, but never even heard of her until she became the vice president.
Oh man, that mic is really bad. I'm trying to give you the benefit of the doubt here, but I may end up kicking you because of that mic. Okay, well, just because you didn't hear about her until she was vice president doesn't mean that she didn't do anything until she was a vice president. She had a lifetime in politics, serving as an attorney in California, then the DA of the state of San Francisco, to the AG of the state of California, to senator of California. And I would say that she would have been a much better president than Trump because her character was better and her policy was better.
I think she was going to be worse than Trump.
What's your favorite Trump policy?
I don't have any at the top of my mind.
What's your favorite? So did I ask you what your favorite Trump policy is?
Yeah. No,
Okay.
no, you didn't.
I asked you what your least favorite Kamala Harris policy was. Is that the question that I asked you?
No,
Okay, what was your least favorite
That
Kamala
wasn't-
Harris policy?
I didn't. I don't have one in the top of my head.
Okay, then what's your favorite Trump policy?
No, I don't have one either.
Okay, if you don't know what either of these individuals either were going to do as president in the case of Kamala Harris or are doing as president in the case of Donald Trump, then how could you possibly make the judgment that she would have been a bad president and Donald Trump is a good president? It sounds like you're just severely undereducated on politics and likely supporting Trump for some other reasons, like maybe your friends do, maybe your family does, or maybe you've just been
Nobody
indoctrinated
does.
into this cult-like belief.
No, nobody does that I know likes Trump at all. But he just had the experience to be president, unlike her.
Well, I mean, I think that his experience proved to be quite sour. He was a terrible businessman that bankrupted 2 casinos. He was sued in the 90s for refusing to rent to black people at the real estate companies that he owned. In his first term, he literally tried to overthrow our government. And so far in his second term, he's just been destroying our nation's economy. Like, I don't think that's a good experience. It's really bad experience.
I mean, yeah, but if you think about it, so I know you were saying to the other guy, it was like you were like, don't mention like scamming and stuff. But if he wasn't fit for president, why is he the president? Like, I'm confused.
I don't know why you're confused. He's president because you and others voted for him.
Well, I didn't vote.
Do you think it's necessarily true that because you voted for Trump, that therefore Trump is a good president?
I didn't vote for Trump.
You didn't vote for Trump?
No, because I believe that they were just gonna. I didn't believe in voting. I voted for Biden back in 2020, I believe.
Okay.
But I didn't vote for Trump on this election.
Okay, I'm happy to hear that you didn't vote for Trump. I'm moving on to the next guest. I don't know what's going on with him. I don't know what was going on with him, honestly. I'm going to be honest. Miss SJ, appreciate you for the $30 donation over on PayPal. SJ didn't attach a message, just sent that love. Good to see you today, SJ.
Here I
Appreciate you
am.
for the $30. Thank you. Donna, do you support Trump?
No, I do not.
And then she left. Okay, nice, Donna. Damn, I like that. I like that a lot. Let's go to get that next guest up here. Only hop inside of the queue if you are here for some debates, everybody. All right, let me be clear. Donna was not a Trump supporter. Miss Abby, oh my goodness, ABBEY, thank you for the $47 donation on PayPal. Thank you so much. Let's get 500 Abby W's. Abby just says, hi. Well, hi, Abby. Good to see you. Thank you for the love and the support for the stream. You're awesome. Do show some love to Abby in that chat. Same thing to Charlene with the $10 who says, Dean, time for caveman talk. It's always time for caveman talk with these idiots. And then SJ sent another $30 who says, damn, Dean, you're cooking tonight already. Best way to end my day. No, dude, I feel like I'm on my game tonight. I'm going to be real. I feel like I'm on my fucking game. I'm locked in. I'm locked the fuck in tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the $30, SJ. And then Miss Shannon, thank you for the $25, who says, I listen almost every day trying to get up the nerve to see if I could change my parents' minds. Keep up the good work. Oh, Shannon, I understand the nerve that is required to undertake such a task. I wish you the best of luck, seriously, and I appreciate you for the $25, and that's a cool to watch often.
I love you, Dean! I
love you so much.
I'm going to have to ban you, though, because we are just looking for some Trump supporters. Alex, thank you so much for that galaxy. As well as Daniel with the $10 who says, this is the most insufferable thing I've ever seen. Fuck this guy, referring to the last man who's on the live. Anonymous, thank you for the $20 who says, don't read my name, but by this guy's logic, watching CP is not sexual. Exactly. I didn't really want to say that, but that is true. That would be an entailed belief of that last man's view. Kenneth, thank you for the $10. I appreciate you. Austin with a 10. I appreciate you. George with a $1. And then Quinn, Quinn. Thank you for the $10. She says, continue this forever. Well, I don't know about continuing it forever, but I'll probably be doing it for a long time in one way or another. I appreciate you for the $10, Quinn. You're awesome. Same thing to you, Ellie. I appreciate you for that galaxy. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yeah. Well, can I debate you about abortion, please?
How old are you?
I'm 19.
What year were you born in?
2007.
What day?
May 4th.
Okay. You want to debate me about abortion? Why? Are you
Yeah.
pro-life?
I'm on the fence about it, but I think I lean more pro-life, and I want you to change my mind, but I'm open.
I don't know. Let's see. Do you think that rape victims should be banned? Do you think that abortion, should be banned for rape victims?
Do I think that abortion should be banned for rape victims? I think so. No, I don't think so.
You don't think so? So it's just for
No.
non-rape victims. Elective
Yeah, because you
abortions, they
can't
should be banned.
consent to it.
Okay, so why should elective abortions be banned?
Because, like a fetus is still alive. They meet the 7 qualifications of like life, right?
Okay, so you're saying it's always wrong to end life?
In some cases, or most
Okay.
cases, yeah.
So why is it wrong in the case of abortion?
Well, because the fetus is a human being, has moral value,
So
is
it's always
innocent.
is it always wrong to kill human beings?
Yeah, I would say so.
Okay. Well, I mean, that's obviously false. Self-defense for 1, brain dead patients for 2,
Well, brain dead
abortions
patients are
for
dead.
rape
They don't
victims
meet the
3.
7 qualifications of life.
That's not true. But we could even just sub out a brain dead patient for somebody that has the permanent irreversible loss of consciousness that's being kept alive by a ventilator for 4. Abortions in the circumstance
they
of a
shouldn't
woman's
be
life
killed
for
either.
5. Like, these are like all cases of killing humans that you think are acceptable, except for maybe one of them. So you don't think it's always wrong to kill a human. So what makes it wrong to kill a human in the circumstance of abortion?
I think it's wrong, because first of all, they're innocent, which kind of defeats the entire point of self-defense. Like,
So you think it's
for
always
convict-
wrong to kill innocent human beings?
Yeah.
Okay. You also reject that moral principle because you just got done telling us that it's not wrong for rape victims to get abortions, but I'd assume that those fetuses are still innocent. So you don't think it's always wrong to kill innocent human beings. So what makes it wrong in the
Well, that's
context
the
of an
only
elective
case
abortion?
scenario where it would be acceptable.
Okay, well, you don't make exceptions to moral principles. If you make a quote-unquote exception to a moral principle, then you're contradicting the moral principle, which means you don't actually hold to the moral principle. So if it's not always wrong to kill an innocent human being, what makes it wrong in the scenario of an elective abortion?
Wait, repeat that one more time. I'm sorry.
If it's not always wrong to kill an innocent human being, what makes it wrong in the scenario of an elective abortion?
Well, because, a rape victim is not able to consent to their bodily resources being used.
Well, this isn't what I asked you. I asked you if it's not always wrong to kill an innocent human being, which you've already agreed to, then what does make it wrong in the context of an elective abortion?
Because in an elective abortion, the woman consented to the sex, or I guess I could just say
Okay,
sex.
so why does consent to sex equal obligation for pregnancy?
Because that's one of the consequences of sex.
Okay. A consequence of smoking a cigarette is lung cancer. Do you think that consent to smoking a cigarette equals obligation to keep lung cancer alive?
I think that's kind of a false comparison because
It's not a false
I don't-
comparison. Your argument was just if Y is a consequence of X and you consent to X, then you have an obligation to Y. That was your argument. Okay, we just falsified that argument because you don't think that people who smoke cigarettes have an obligation to maintain lung cancer. You don't think that alcoholics have an obligation to maintain liver failure. So just because pregnancy is a consequence of sex doesn't mean that therefore pregnant women have an obligation to pregnancy. So that's actually not sufficient in describing to us why you think elective abortions are wrong.
Oh, Okay, so could I give you a different reason then?
Yeah, please. Why
Okay.
are elective abortions wrong?
So if not the idea that you can consent to pregnancy, I think that you could say, like, it's technically like, I mean, it's still the unjust taking of a human life without any specific reason. Oh, thank you for that. I'm sorry.
But you haven't been able to explain why it's unjust. You tried to say, oh, because it's killing a human, but then we accepted that you don't always think it's wrong to kill humans, so this doesn't explain why it's specifically wrong to get an abortion. And then you said because it's innocent, but then you accepted that it's not always wrong to kill innocent human beings, so this doesn't specifically explain why it's wrong to get an abortion. And then you will try to say, well, because they consented to sex and pregnancy was a consequence of sex, therefore they have an obligation to sex. That's just saying if you consent to X and X causes Y, then therefore you have an obligation to maintain Y. We gave counterexamples to that framework and that claim. So that doesn't work. So we're still kind of on that point where if you don't think that it's always wrong to kill innocent human beings, then why is it wrong to get an elective abortion? That's still a question that you haven't been able to sufficiently answer.
I'm not sure. I
Okay,
guess
if you're not sure why
I'm
abortions are
sorry.
wrong,
I'm
then you can't
just-
believe that abortions are wrong.
it just inherently feels wrong. I know. I can't really explain why. It's just an emotional reaction. Oh my
Okay,
God, why are people sending me these things? Thank you. I'm so sorry. I don't mean to like interrupt you.
Yeah, that's fine. Joe, appreciate you for the galaxy. Okay. So if it's just an emotional reaction, well, do you think that we should be legislating on the basis of our emotional reactions?
No, I don't. Yeah, I would agree that you're right. I'm so sorry.
Okay,
I
so
shouldn't
then you're not pro-life. Because pro-life is not
yeah,
an
I
emotional
might
or
change my
moral view.
opinion. I need to be more educated on this because it's really hard. But
Okay, well, I'm happy that we could help you change your mind.
okay, I'm sorry. Bye bye.
I don't know why you're apologizing. We changed your mind. That's awesome. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only hop inside of the queue. I'm happy that I let her debate me. That was good. That's what we want out of these conversations. That's what we want out of those conversations. Tabby, appreciate you for the galaxy. And to the pro-lifer who donated her around $40, thank you for donating $40 to a brand new pro-choice convert. Good for you. Welcome in, Tubber. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do. Dean.
How do you?
I am 18. I want to say you're a racist piece of shit. Why
Okay,
the
that's
fuck
not
would you
true.
say the N-word? No, you said the N-word multiple times, Dean. You're a racist piece of shit.
Yeah, it's been public knowledge for years that the N-word was a part of my vocabulary until like 15, and I called my white friends the N-word. I've been speaking about this on live and on my social profiles literally since I created my social profiles.
No, you motherfucker. You're a racist piece of shit.
Okay.
Nah,
well, if
nigga,
you wanna have,
I cannot fucking stand you,
I will
nigga.
tell you why
no,
you're wrong.
Nigga, no, nigga, shut the fuck up when I'm talking to you.
Okay.
You're my bitch.
I'll let you speak, but then I'd like to
Dean,
be able to speak
Dean,
too.
You're a
because I
racist
could
piece
tell
of
you why
shit,
you're wrong.
And you're a fucking grifter.
Okay. Well, you got a
Fuck you,
violation, so
Dean.
I got to kick you.
Dean.
But I'll tell you the reason why you're wrong. Yeah, like I called my white friends the N-word when I was 14 years old and 15 years old, like literally 8 years ago, because I was socially conditioned to believe that there was nothing wrong of a white person to call another white person the N-word. Very racist socialization due to the very conservative area that I lived in and the very conservative family that I grew up with. And the reason why I changed my mind was by being exposed to education on why it's wrong for white people to use the N-word, regardless of the context in which it was being used in. And at least 15 years old was when that happened. And then I went on to better educate myself, change my values, change my principles, hold myself accountable, apologize for that, and become a better person. And, you know, that's actually exactly what led to me doing these live streams. The fact that because of exposure to education, I was able to hold myself accountable, apologize for my wrongdoings, and actively every day fight not just to be a better version of myself, but to actively be anti-racist by advocating against racism is the reason why I do these live streams, because I think people are capable of change. I think that the best apology is changed behavior. And I think that over the course of the last 3 years operating the platform that I run, the transparency in the fact that when I was a kid, I called white friends the N-word, the accountability in the fact that that was wrong, it was indeed racist, and the change of my character then to advocate for that same change within other people is exactly why I'm not racist today. And I'm not mad at you, bruh. I'm not mad at you in the slightest. King, I do appreciate you for that Interstellar, by the way. I'm not mad at that guy or anybody that agrees with that guy in the slightest. But what I will say is that you are wrong. Because what is the point of advocating against racism if you don't think that people are capable of change? That question is impossible to answer. We're going to go and get that next guest up here. Only opposite side of the queue if you do happen to be MAGA. I mean, this is something that I've built my fucking platform on. This is not new. This has been known forever. And you can find a Discord announcement on my Discord 10 months before it even became public knowledge that it got exposed 2 years ago at this point for using the N-word when I was 14, that I admitted to using slurs when I was young. We're going to go to get that next guest up here. And yeah, we're going to be having this conversation for as long as I keep myself in the public eye. And I'm fine with that. I'm totally fine for that. I'm totally on board with continuing this conversation and repeatedly repeating myself for as long as I put myself in the public eye. Because I could never blame a member of the black community for questioning, being upset at, mad with me, because they're just now today finding out that when I was young, I used the N-word. He likely just saw this video that blew up and got 200,000 likes, that was posted 2 days ago. So for everybody in the chat saying it's old news, this is new news to him. Okay, and that's understandable if he's upset with that new news. That's understandable. Tanner, welcome in. Do you support Trump? Let's go to get that next guest up in here. Only opposite side of the queue if you do happen to be MAGA. We're just looking for some debates. Let's go to get the next guest loaded up. Only do opposite side of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Somebody in the chat said, I found out a couple months ago and I was shocked. Well, what I will tell you is I bet you wouldn't be so shocked if one of these Trump supporters were to come up here and scream the N-word. So the fact that you are shocked that I used to use the N-word when I was a kid, honestly, tells me that I'm doing something right. That because of the presentation of my character today, the presentation of the values I hold to and espouse today, that you are fucking flabbergasted that when I was a kid, I used the N-word. Okay? That's telling me I'm doing something right. It's telling me that I've worked on changing myself for the better over the course of the last 8 years. And that's a good thing. I'm really happy that I've worked for changing myself for the better over the course of the last 8 years. Arthur, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Fuck, you were just 2 seconds too late. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only opposite side of the queue if you do happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Please and thank you. We are just looking for some debates. So only do hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Here we go. We're going to go to get the next guest connected. Let's go to get the next guest connected right now. We got River loading up.
Dean, are you gonna put bananas in my butt? It's Steve Paul. How
That
you doing,
is
bro?
a 4-year-old. Moving on to the next guest here. 2-way MH loading up. And I have a fucking massive thank you that I absolutely have to give to somebody. Dude, this came in after we were talking to that last old man. Welcome in. Give me one moment. And I was talking about how I'm demoralized. This came in 24 minutes ago from Kristen on Venmo. Oh, Kristen, I just read the last part of your donation. Let me check something off here before we continue. Kristen, just check the message under that donation. 208. Do you support Trump?
I support him and not at the same time, if that makes sense.
How old are you?
I turned 19 in like December.
Okay, and what was your birthday?
What do you mean, what was my birthday?
You heard
Like
my
what
question.
year?
Yeah, what day were you born?
Oh, December 19th.
Okay, December 19th of what year? Okay, that's a child. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only opposite side of the queue if you do happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump. Kristen, I'm just waiting on your update. Okay, good.
Hi.
1 second, man. Kristen, I really appreciate you for the $500 donation on Venmo 25 minutes ago. Thank you so much for the love. That is fucking ridiculous. Dude, I had to keep that inside. And you'll learn why. I had to keep that inside, and you will learn why here in a moment. Thank you so fucking much. That is a ridiculous amount of money. I am so sorry. I don't deserve it. And I seriously mean that. And I'm so fucking grateful for you. I'm genuinely so fucking grateful for you. There's nothing that I do with this with a silly platform of mine that would ever warrant me deserving a $500 donation, and I accept it with humility. And I'm just beyond grateful for you because, like, fucking hell, that's just, like, my job is to speak, and I'm almost speechless. Let's get 5,000 Kristen W's down below in that comment section. I want to see some love for Kristen for at least the next 30 minutes. That is Kristin. Kristen with the $500 says a little morale boost. Hang in there. In quotation marks, do not need to share my name. So that's what I was checking, ladies and gentlemen. That's what I was checking because I said her name. And I don't know if that last statement of the donation was her requesting that she remain anonymous or not. So I sent her a message just to confirm that I was still okay to publicly share that and publicly thank her. And she says, "You are all good, no worries. Celebrate as you wish. I just don't need any credit." Kristen, thank you so much. While we're hopping into this next debate, please show some massive, massive fucking love to Kristen down below in that comment section. I'm so very grateful for you. Welcome in, Josh. Do you support Trump?
Hey, how you doing? Yes, I support Trump.
How old are you?
I'm 18 years old, and my birthday is on April 8, 2007.
Huge fucking shout out to Kristen, bro. Actually crazy. Fred, I appreciate you for that galaxy. Why don't you take it away and tell us why you support Trump? Fucking hell.
So I've been here for since the beginning of the stream, and you're saying that Republicans chase evil, but when Charlie Kirk died, Democrats celebrated. I want to get your opinion on what about that.
Okay, well, I mean, actually, I think that you just equipped me with a great argument. So if you think that it's evil to celebrate the death of another person, well, then you'd understand exactly why I say that Republicans chase evil, because Republicans made somebody president who's using the presidency to publicly not just celebrate the deaths of Democrats, but also to call for the execution of Democrats. Of course, I'd be referencing Donald Trump calling for the execution of 6 sitting Democrats in Congress, and Donald Trump celebrating the deaths of Rob Rainier and Bob Euler.
Okay, so...
And you're lying about your age because you'd be 19. Sorry, I wasn't listening that close if I'm going to be honest. Let's go to get that next guest connected. We got Daniel M. loading up in. Anissa, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. Says, "Hey, Dean, did you see my donation earlier in the stream?" I don't know if I did, Anissa. I usually remember you because you support me a lot. I'll check that right now. I appreciate you for the $10. Let's see here. Maggie and Amazon, I appreciate you for the $2 and the $1. Jade, thank you for the $5 who says thank you for everything that you do. That's awesome. Journey, thank you for the $10. I'm so happy that I could change the minds of your guests. And Miss Caroline, thank you for the $50 who says, "Oh, Dean, this is bad tonight. You deserve this times 10. Keep with a good fight." Oh, I appreciate you, Caroline. It's good to see you. I know that you're always watching the live streams. Let's get 500 Caroline W's. And also, quickly, huge shout out to Fred Likes Dick. Fred Likes Dick. Thank you for the 3 galaxies. Fred Likes Dick. That is very kind of you, Fred Likes Dick. Buzzy, do you support Trump?
Yes.
Okay, how old are you?
52.
All right, sounds good. I'm going to quickly catch up on PayPal. Then the mic and the floor yours. Mr. Zach, dude, what is going on today? Thank you for the $75 donation on Venmo, who says, "I'm genuinely worried about that man's daughter." Thank you so much for that love, Zach. That is ZAK. And yeah, listen, the fact that she felt comfortable enough giving him the phone to debate me tells me that she seems like she's okay at home, but it's more like, okay, well, what if she was taken advantage of? What would his response be? And I just hope that's a sad reality that is never brought into fruition, because I'm worried about what his response would be too. Thank you for the $75, man. Same thing to Jacqueline with the $25 who says, great job, Dean. I appreciate you, Jacqueline. Caitlin, thank you for the $10. And Anonymous, thank you so much for the $20. Who says, hey, it's little Einstein's 10th birthday today. Can you tell him happy birthday from you and Momo? We listen to you daily for the past 2 years. Keep up the great work. He also loves it when you call Trump Diaper Don. Folks, if you don't know who little Einstein is, he is now a 10-year-old who actually has a TikTok account. And on his TikTok account, let's see how many followers he has, because of just how incredible this little guy is. He has 1.7 million followers and you probably even seen him on your For You page before. His videos get millions and millions and millions of views just because of how genuinely smart of a child this guy is. So, little Einstein, happy 10th birthday. You are smarter than me at 10 years old, and I think that you are fantastic. Show some love to little Einstein down below in that comment section. I've been talking for a while. I've been yapping. The mic and the floor are yours to tell us why you support Trump.
Why I support Trump? I support Trump. I believe that Trump has economic policies that have helped the nation thrive. I believe that he wants to get rid of the property tax, which I'm all for, the IRS, which I'm all for. I believe it is it is robbing our money from us, and then they are using it to pad their own pockets, and it needs to be wiped out so that people don't have to take advantage of us whenever they're supposed to be representing us. Those are my huge supporting, and I'm 100% anti-abortion, and I know Trump's stance on it is not as total as mine is, because I don't support abortion in any way. But I'm thankful that he gave the rights back to the states so that the states can make that decision, and locally we're allowed to make that decision, and it's not left up to the federal government.
Oh my God. We have so much to talk about. Listen, we're going to speed run through the economic policy bit of that. You said that Donald Trump wants to abolish property tax. I say that you're wrong. He's never proposed the abolition of property tax, and he already passed his tax policy. The big, beautiful bill was Donald Trump's tax policy. You're not going to get any other tax policy out of him, and it did not abolish property tax.
I do agree with you, but he is pushing on all the states to push forward with the property tax, because you cannot do that on a federal level. I don't think that Trump is trying to do things on a federal level. And I think that's the difference. Like, he is supporting and pushing things to be brought back to the states, so the states have that ability to make those decisions. And then the governors, which I'm a big proponent of, the governors making those decisions in each individual state.
Okay, so you're just saying, he publicly said that states should abolish the property tax. Yeah,
Absolutely.
People have been saying that since the introduction of the property tax. Saying that you should abolish the property tax is not going to do anything.
And not to the federal government. And I think that Trump is pushing the states to be more responsible for making those decisions for their constituents.
Can we agree that he didn't change anything within federal policy related to property tax? Nothing in relationship to federal policy about property tax. That's already...
Absolutely, they're not doing... It's not doing anything in the federal, and he...
Okay, perfect. So Donald Trump hasn't done anything through his policy concerning property tax. Nothing.
No, absolutely not. But he is supporting that, and I'm pushing that, and his advocacy of it and him pushing that is very important, because he's making a statement and a stance on something that should be, and already some states have already done that.
I could tell you why that's not going to happen. The reason why that's not going to happen is because states with high property taxes are reliant on those high property taxes to fund their state budget, because their state taxes are less. Like, a good example is Texas. Yeah, sure, if you move from California to Texas, you're going to be paying a significantly lower property tax, not property tax rate. You're going to be paying a significantly lower income tax rate. But in turn, in order for Texas to not perpetually be running a deficit. Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
Texas doesn't have an income tax.
I know exactly.
And we already have Mississippi that overturned.
Can you allow me to finish speaking?
I'm just telling you that Texas doesn't have an income tax, so that's irrelevant.
Well, I'll tell you the reason why it's relevant. Because I was in the middle of that sentence and you cut me off. Because I was in the middle of saying, yeah, sure, if you move from California to Texas, you're moving from a state with like, I don't know, like a couple of percentage income tax to a state with no income tax. But the way that Texas supplements their budget is through property taxes. So Texas, for example, will never abolish their property tax because that means they'd have to introduce an income tax. And oh my God, let me tell you, if those Republican
don't necessarily
legislators
have to implement an income tax, because you can do a fair tax or absolutely, you can do a tax that goes on income goods. And I can tell you how that works. I mean,
sales tax?
It's really a brilliant, yes, a sales tax. You can do.
Well, A, you can't operate a state budget off of just a sales tax. And B, a sales tax is regressive.
No, sales tax is not regressive.
Yes, they are regressive.
Example of a regressive tax is Social Security. That's a regressive tax.
Social Security isn't a tax. But anyways, sales tax
is
regressive because
Social
the
Security
less money you make.
No.
So sales tax is regressive.
Social Security was sold to you as if it was going to be like
shit. You keep on cutting me off.
I'm telling you.
Do you agree that people who make less money spend
off.
a greater proportion of their income compared to people
I'm trying to
who
give you
make more
answers
money?
to your questions and you're cutting me off.
Do you agree that people who make less money spend a greater proportion of their income compared to people who make more money?
It depends. Because I really believe.
Do people who make less money spend a greater proportion of their income compared to people who make more money?
I think that depends.
That's why I said on average.
I mean, I think that's irrelevant either, because if you understand the way that the sales tax works, I think that you would see that that's irrelevant. The way that sales tax, there's embedded taxes, and I know you're pretty sure that you understand embedded taxes. So like things are taxed continuously. If you abolish all of this embedded tax, you abolish all of the underlying IRS, the income taxes, the property taxes, all the other taxes that are being driven by the price of like a good, our service goods, then you can sell a good less than. Like, for example, I work in manufacturing. We pay a tax on all of the items that come in. So like anything that I utilize to make such product, I'm paying taxes on every single item that I receive. That's an embedded tax. So when I make said item, I have to include all of this embedded tax in my price. If I don't have the said embedded tax, it lowers the price of the good. So when you're selling it, if you have a higher sales tax, it's going to be less to purchase that item than it would be if you had embedded taxes plus your sales tax.
Okay.
There's a whole thing about it. You can
so
go
I
and read about
ask you a question about sales
system.
tax, and then you start talking about the cost of doing business. So thank you so much for not responding to my question in the slightest about sales tax.
That's what the whole thing is.
So I'll talk to you about
do you
taxes
understand sales tax?
embedded. One moment. I'll talk to you about
that's
taxes.
embedded.
Stop. I let you speak without interruption. Why can't you do the same for me?
Go ahead.
So I'll happily have a conversation with you about embedded taxes that are factored into the cost of doing business for a company once we're done talking about sales tax. Okay?
That is sales tax.
Not in a direct way. In an indirect way, sure. In a direct way, no. Because when you're talking about embedded...
direct.
Dude, it's not. Let me finish speaking.
You don't know what you're talking about.
I mean, I would describe to you what I'm talking about if you let me speak more than 2 words.
Yeah, but I just described to you that you would pay, like I pay, if I have to buy a shirt, I pay sales tax on that shirt. If I'm going to put a design on that shirt and then sell it to you, I've already had to pay sales tax once, and now I have to charge you sales tax when I sell that shirt to you. So it is an embedded, sales tax is embedded.
So you're saying that you have to pay taxes on buying the raw materials required to produce your goods, like sales tax on those items?
Yes.
Okay. I guess you're right. Sales tax is an embedded tax.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. You're actually right about that. I haven't thought about that before.
I agree with taxes like at a gas station when you have to pay a tax on a gas.
I mean, can you?
If you're paying for gas.
One moment.
Yep.
I mean, I'm gonna have to think about that one a little bit, because you are just going to like write off everything that would factor into the cost of doing business, but still yet that's going to eat at your bottom line nonetheless. Okay.
Well,
I'm just going to give you my argument why sales tax is regressive. And I'll accept that sales tax can be an embedded tax because you actually have a point there, unless you have a sales tax exemption, which you can get for particular industries, particular companies. But this actually further just makes sales tax even more regressive. So my claim would be is that people that make less money, okay, spend a greater proportion of their income on what they buy. And because people who make less money, okay, sell a greater proportion of their income on what they buy, they are therefore spending a greater proportion of their income on sales tax.
Mm-hmm.
So in other words, people who make less money spend a greater proportion of their income on sales tax. Therefore, sales tax is regressive.
Okay, so you can say that it's regressive because of that statement, but it's not actually a regressive tax. That's just a statistical or that's just a numerical opinion that you have based on, averages or whatever. But what happens is, like, say a person makes $100, right? And they're taxed income tax, and they have federal and state income tax, local taxes, whatever, that they have to pay from that salary. And say it's on average, 25%. Then you have Social Security and Medicaid and all that.
I'm sorry, you're speaking for a long time to say very little.
25% comes out of that, right? Now you have only $75 to spend on whatever it is. But if you don't have all of that IRS, the income tax, then you have that $100, that total $100.
What is your refutation to my claim that sales tax is regressive because the poorer you are,
it's not regressive.
The higher proportion of your income you spend on sales tax.
That is not the definition of regressive tax.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Define regressive taxation.
A regressive taxation is when you pay, like a Social Security is regressive tax. So basically,
I don't want a fucking example of something that isn't even a tax. No, I want you to define regressive taxation.
Would you like me to explain Social Security and why it's a tax?
No, I want you to define regressive taxation.
I'm gonna tell you
because that's not an answer to the question that I asked you. The only thing I want you to do is answer the question that I'm asking you. Define regressive taxation.
Regressive taxation is when you are charging the lower income people more tax than you are higher income people.
Okay, and you just agreed
that
the less money you make, the higher proportion of one's income they spend on sales tax.
Nobody pays a different sales tax based on their income. That is incorrect.
It's based upon the proportion
Everybody
of income.
pays 10%.
It's based upon the proportion of the income.
You pay 10%
it's based upon two things that I'm trying to communicate to you. It's based
upon
not a
regressive tax.
It's based upon the proportion of their income that they're spending on the tax. Okay? And B,
that's a different argument. That's not regressive tax. You're incorrectly defining regressive tax.
Are you know what? Are you capable of shutting the fuck up? Genuinely? I want to get more than 2 syllables.
About you, honestly.
I'm allowing you to speak. I just want to be able to speak too.
You can speak. I listen to you the whole time. I've been listening to you for hours. I'm just trying to explain that the sales tax is not a regressive tax. I don't pay a different sales tax on an item than someone else that makes less than me. I don't. Everybody pays the same amount of sales tax.
But what you do is you spend a lower proportion of your income on sales tax. And the actual monetary value that's being paid in sales tax on the same item is more valuable to the person who makes less because of the law of the diminishing returns of the value of the dollar. For those two reasons, the law of the diminishing returns of the value of the dollar and the fact that they proportionally spend a higher percentage of their income, it is therefore a regressive tax because you're taxing them something that is proportionately more of their income, and you're taxing them something in which is proportionately more valuable to them.
I disagree. My counter to that is give them their money.
Do you agree that $5 to a person with $10 is proportionately more valuable to them than $5 to a person with $10 billion?
Yeah, that's a value. That's not regressive.
Yes, that is one of the reasons why it is regressive taxation, because you're disproportionately taxing the more value.
You are incorrectly using that term. I'm sorry. You just are. But I can explain to you why Social Security is a regressive tax.
No, I want you to explain why it's not regressive taxation to disproportionately tax poor people more value.
Nobody's disproportionately taxing poor people. Actually,
More
it's the
value?
opposite.
You just accepted that
1%.
$5 is more valuable to a super poor person
Yeah, but that's
than
not
it
a
is
tax.
to a super rich person. No, we're literally talking about $5 in sales tax being paid on an item that costs $30. So if a poor person buys an item worth $30, they're paying $5 in sales tax. Just like a rich person who buys an item worth $30, they're paying $5 in sales tax. And you accepted that $5 is more valuable to a person with $10 total.
Yeah, but that's still not,
compared to
regardless of
$5
that, it's not a
compared to a
regressive tax.
person with $10 billion total. So my
I just don't
question is,
understand how you're
I
doing
want you to
regressive
explain
tax
to us
on that.
why regressive taxation is not when you disproportionately tax poor people more value,
Okay,
the poorer they are.
Can we agree to disagree on this subject?
I know. I just want you to explain to me why regressive taxation
have.
is not
I
when
have
you
explained it to you, but you're not accepting
do
my
you agree?
answer.
Do you agree that sales tax disproportionately taxes poor people more value the more poor they are?
No, I disagree.
Okay, explain to me how the following argument is incorrect. The reason why sales tax disproportionately taxes poor people more value the poorer they are is because the less money you have total, the more valuable each individual dollar is. And if a poor person is spending the same nominal amount of money on sales tax compared to a rich person, you are thereby extracting more value from them due to the fact that that nominal amount of money would be more valuable in consideration of the law of the diminishing returns of the value of the dollar.
Okay, let me ask you this. Are you arguing that poor people should be taxed, continue to be taxed and their income and everything, and not go to the sales tax where you have everybody paying into the system, where you don't have to worry about whether or not anybody has they're cheating on their taxes or whatever, it goes through their sales tax?
Listen,
You
what
making
I'm
an
saying
argument that they have
is
to
that
continue to
sales
pay
tax
their
is
income
a
tax
regressive
and property
tax.
taxes?
Listen, I've already clarified what I'm arguing. What I'm arguing is that sales
But then why is
tax
it important?
is a regressive tax. And I gave you the
But I
argument for
disagree
that
with that.
conclusion. I
Okay,
want you
fine.
to respond
I
to the
disagree.
argument that I gave you.
I disagree with your argument.
And I want you to tell me why. What specific
What?
claim in
I
my
did,
argument?
but you're not accepting it. I
What
mean, I don't know what else to
specific-
say.
What specific? Okay, what is your point of contention with the justification I provided for the position?
Because it's not a tax.
That's not a point of contention with the justification I provided
It is.
for the position.
Okay, so you're telling me I can't say Social Security is a tax, but then
This
you're
is
telling me that I have to
also-
say a value of $1 is a tax, and a value is not a tax.
No, I'm saying that the tax extracts more value from poorer people.
The tax extracts more value from poor people.
Yeah. Do you
No.
agree that tax
No,
extracts
you-
value?
You're saying You're saying.
I just
that
want to know
a
if you
person-
agree on this fundamentary claim, on this
What
very
you're saying-
fundamental
what
claim.
I understood you to
I just
say-
want to see if you agree on this very fundamental claim. Do you agree that tax extracts value from people?
I don't understand. When you're talking about extracts value, you're talking about money.
Yeah, money is value.
Okay, so
it's
if
literally
extracting
like it's money is capitalism's
value,
medium
it's
of
a
value.
dollar amount.
Just
Are
do you agree?
multiplying the dollar amount, though?
Do you
That's
agree that
crazy.
tax extracts value from people?
Yeah, but this is this is insane a little bit. This
Just
is
do
a
you
little
agree that
insane
tax
argument.
extracts value from people?
I say that tax extracts money.
Okay, do you agree that money
Period.
is the medium of value under capitalism?
Tax extracts money from capitalism? What are you saying?
No, I said, do you agree that money is the medium of transactional value under capitalism?
Okay, this is a little silly to
Do you
argue this.
agree that
If you-
money is the medium of transactional value under capitalism?
It's under everything.
Not under communism, because they don't have money. I'm just being clear with my statement. I'm just being super clear with my statement. I'm just being super clear with my statement. No,
communism has
the goal of
has
communism is a stateless, classless, moneyless society. But that's not what we're debating. Do you agree that in the society we live in, I won't use the word capitalism, that money is the medium of transactional value?
Money is what is exchanged between two people for a good or service that they receive.
I want a yes or a no. Do you agree that in the society we live in, money is the medium of transactional value?
I don't understand what you're trying to.
I'm trying to ask you a question. Do you agree that money is the medium of transactional value?
I think you're trying to avoid talking to me about other subjects by going on this crazy rabbit trail of talking about this value that you're trying to associate, and it's giving you the ability to avoid talking to me about other subjects.
No, I'm not using this as a pivot. I'm not using this as a deflection.
You're definitely using it as a pivot. You are deflecting it because I've already answered you this question.
You can't just accuse me of pivoting because
then
you don't like my argument.
Answer and move on.
But I don't know what your answer is. Is it a yes or a no? Is money the medium of transactional value in the society that we live in?
I've already answered your question.
Is it a yes or no?
I'm not answering it in a yes or no. I answered it in the way I define.
But okay, well, listen.
How I define the transaction.
It's either true that you think what I said is
it doesn't have
aligns
to be,
with reality,
it doesn't have to be a yes
or
no.
it's false that you think what I said aligns with reality.
I don't understand the importance and
okay,
how you are trying
to relate that to
I'll explain to you the importance.
Because if
we're
you
talking about regressive tax, and you've gone on to
I'll explain to you why. If you accept, I'm going to explain to you why.
Values.
If you accept that money is the medium for transactional value in the country that we live in, then you accept that taxation extracts value because taxation extracts money. Okay? And if you agree that taxation is the extraction of value, okay, well, then you would agree that regressive taxation would be the disproportionate extraction of value from poor people compared to rich people. And if you agree that regressive taxation is the disproportionate extraction of value from poor people compared to rich people, then you'd have to concede that sales tax is a regressive tax since it extracts more value proportionate to their income of a poor person compared to a rich person, because $5 from a poor person has more value to that poor person than $5 to a rich person. And by the way, I just want to let you know that the IRS agrees with me. The IRS defines sales tax as a regressive tax. There's nothing controversial about a word that I've said. I actually saw a conservative kind of own a liberal at a debate with the same point last week, and I was like, you actually kind of got a point there. He was talking about how Democratic states support higher sales taxes than Republican states, and then he pointed out that that was a regressive tax and owned the liberal for wanting to regressively tax poor people more. And I was like, that's actually a good point. Maybe this means we should abolish sales tax. But the reason why I share you the story with you is because if I could agree with the IRS and a conservative can agree with the IRS and I can agree with one another, then it seems like what I'm saying must be true, that sales tax is a regressive tax for the argument that I just gave you. So here's what we're going to do.
I disagree.
I'm either going to have you respond to the argument that money is the medium of transactional value in America, and if taxation is extracting money from people, then it's extracting value from people. And because of the law of the diminishing returns of the dollar, $5 is more valuable to a poor person compared to a rich person. Therefore, we're disproportionately taking more value away from poor people. Therefore, we're disproportionately taxing poor people. I either want you to respond to the substance and the justification that underpins that argument, or we're going to move on to abortion.
I disagree.
So are you refusing to respond to the justification provided for the argument?
I do not agree that sales tax is regressive.
That's not the justification for the argument. That's a conclusion of the argument. So are you refusing to engage and respond to the justification for the argument?
Am I refusing? I'm not refusing. I don't understand what you're saying.
Okay, she doesn't understand it. That's fine. Maybe I'm just a bit smarter than you. On to abortion. You said that you think abortion should be banned in all circumstances, including for rape victims,
Absolutely.
I'd assume, right?
Absolutely.
If you needed my bodily resources to live, do you think that the government should be able to force me into giving them to you?
No.
If you needed a rape victim's bodily resources to live, do you think that rape victims should be forced in giving them to you?
No.
If a fetus needs a rape victim's bodily resources to live, why should that rape victim be forced into providing them to the fetus?
I'm sorry.
You heard me.
Say that again.
Okay, we'll start from the top. I asked you if you needed my bodily resources to live, should the government be able to force me into giving them to you? You said no. Then I asked you if you needed a rape victim's bodily resources to live, should the rape victim be forced into giving them to you? You said no. So then I asked, well, why then if a fetus needs a rape victim's bodily resources to live, i.e. domicile in the uterus and progesterone through the umbilical cord, why should the rape victim be forced by the government into providing those resources to the fetus?
Well, the rape victim has no voice.
I mean,
are you talking about? You're talking about the baby being required.
I mean, that's really like crude to say. Yeah, I absolutely think that's what you're arguing.
No,
is that the rape victim has no voice? But
saying,
why would you say that? That's like appalling that you recognize that your argument is that rape victims don't have voices. Why would you say that? That's gross.
When you said that,
it's true,
why would
would
you do? I agree. Okay, can you let me talk? Because you don't. What you said to me is you asked me if the government, if you think the government should force a rape victim to host the fetus. They don't do that. The fetus is alive without the host. The fetus is alive.
Does anybody understand what she's saying? You're just saying that the fetus is alive, and that's why the rape victim has an obligation to give that fetus their bodily resources. Are you alive?
Correct. Yes, I'm alive.
Okay, but even though you're alive, I wouldn't have an obligation to give you my bodily resources. So that doesn't explain it. That doesn't explain the difference.
Well, that would be in any case, though. You would have to argue that in every case.
I'm just, listen.
Whether it's a rape victim or not.
Listen, my response to your position that rape victims shouldn't have legal access to abortion is very simple. You acknowledge that if you needed a rape victim's bodily resources to stay alive, that they shouldn't be forced into giving them to you. But you do think that if it's not you, but rather a fetus, that the rape victim should be forced into providing them to the fetus. Now, you can't say that the rape victim should be forced into giving their bodily resources to the fetus because the fetus is alive, because you are also alive, yet they shouldn't be forced into giving them to you. You can't say that the rape victim shouldn't be forced should be forced into providing their bodily resources to the fetus because the fetus is a human being, because you're also a human being.
So
yet you acknowledge that the rape victim shouldn't be forced into giving their bodily resources to you.
Who decides whether somebody lives or dies? Who decides that? Who decides whether somebody lives or dies? No one can decide that.
That's a vague question. Okay, well, no, actually, you do think that a rape victim should be able to decide if you live or die, given that you need their bodily resources to live, since you said that that rape victim should retain the ability to deny you access to their bodily resources, killing you.
That is a nonsensical argument.
It's literally not. I'm just replacing the fetus with you.
It is a nonsensical argument. You're making arguments up.
No, it's not nonsensical in the slightest. I'm just replacing the fetus with you. That's why this argument is so simple. That's why this argument is so effective.
It makes no sense.
It makes so much sense.
Because it's laughable.
You're just calling it laughable because you don't have a genuine response.
Trying to use to trip someone up. That makes
You're calling it laughable because you don't have a response because you're fucking stupid.
It's not even logical.
No. It is logical. You just don't think logical, therefore you can't understand it. Okay. It's not even applicable. It's not even applicable now. Check this out. Check this out. It's so simple. It is literally my easiest to follow and to comprehend argument
ever. Have you ever seen an abortion?
Shut up. This argument is literally designed for children to be able to follow it. For everybody watching this stream right now, I want you to listen to the argument again and ma'am, I want you to listen too. And I want everybody to collectively tell me if you were able to track the argument. Keeping in mind that I've designed this argument to be simple enough to the extent that a middle schooler should be able to understand the argument.
You've designed the argument so that you
Here it is. When a pro-life...
You've done it so I can't say anything else.
When a pro-life person...
You're trying to manipulate my opinion.
When a pro-life person...
You're shushing me so I don't have an opinion.
Shh. When a pro-life person says that rape victims should not be able to get an abortion, they're saying that they should be forced by the government to give their bodily resources to the fetus to keep it alive. Okay. So why, if the rape victim should be forced by the government to give their bodily resources to the fetus to keep it alive, should they not be forced to give their bodily resources to you to keep you alive if you needed them to live just like the fetus? Argument over.
It's not over.
It is. What's the response? It's that simple.
Let me ask you a question. Have you ever watched an abortion? Have you ever watched an abortion?
Yes. What's the response to my argument?
Have you ever seen a person that survived an abortion? Have you ever met one?
Yes.
It's horrific.
Okay.
One of my friends survived an abortion and is blind, has been suffering since birth, but is a beautiful singer, has so many beautiful, wonderful talents, but yet no one talks about that survival.
How the fuck do you survive an abortion?
He survived.
How?
It was a chemical abortion, and it blinded him and gave him severe disabilities.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think that our abortion should be 100% effective.
If you ever witnessed an abortion where they
I've just never heard about that. Yeah, they should be 100% effective. Now, can you please tell me what the response to my argument is?
I don't care in what circumstances. I would never want to pull somebody's limbs apart or pop their heads.
Cool.
Legally, you can't have somebody's head
Thank you for the galaxy.
exit the womb.
Cool.
So you have to decapitate them in the womb.
Cool. Could you respond to my argument? Fred, thank you for the diamond gun.
It's not a logical argument.
Why?
It's not. It's not even it would never happen. What your argument is, it would never happen. So it's not. You're not capable of creating an argument. It's just a hypothetical that would never happen.
Okay. So if I give you a hypothetical that could happen, then would you respond to it?
I think hypothetical arguments are difficult to debate.
Okay, maybe that's just because you're stupid.
You have to give a real instance of something that's happened, and give me an.
Why?
And honestly, like abortion is so.
If you're able to conceptualize of how you would theoretically respond to something if it were to happen, even if it hasn't actually happened, it serves as a valid hypothetical.
I disagree. But let me ask you this. Do you think you're a good person?
No. Let me tell you why you're wrong. Okay? The reason why something only matters to serve as a valid hypothetical, given that you could realistically conceptualize of it occurring, even if it's never occurred, is because we test our moral principles all the times with unrealistic hypotheticals that couldn't actually happen, that we just merely could conceptualize of happening. A good example of this would be like Superman. Okay, Superman is a hypothetical. Superman doesn't actually exist. Okay, and Superman doesn't exist. But we could still hypothetically conceptualize of the existence of an alien from Krypton that came to Earth as a really good person to save us all. And while conceptualizing the existence of this Kryptonian, we could take away and form moral conclusions about how we would feel about this Kryptonian, right? Like we feel like it would be wrong if Lex Luthor were to kill him. Okay, so we were just able to extract a moral conclusion about how we would feel if Lex Luthor killed Superman, even though both Lex Luthor and Superman are merely hypothetical. So when I give you a scenario of like you being reliant on a rape victim's bodily resources to live. Maybe you need a kidney and they're the only match on the face of planet Earth. Okay, even though that's
But I don't
really
believe in organ
unlikely to
donating.
ever happen. Okay, this doesn't change the fact that you could conceptualize of it happening, and when you're conceptualizing of it occurring, you could like form moral conclusions. Like, oh yeah, morally they would have an obligation in this hypothetical to give me their organs, or morally no, they wouldn't have an obligation in this hypothetical to give me their organs. And that's why these quote unquote unrealistic hypotheticals are completely valid to use in debate.
The fetus does not have a choice here.
Okay, and you don't have a choice either. I mean, you didn't choose to be reliant on this rape victim's bodily resources to live. But if you are, do you think that they should be able to deny you access to them?
Do I believe they should deny me access, like kill me? No.
Do you think that they should legally retain the right to deny you access to their bodily resources, even if you die as a result?
I think if someone legally allowed me to die, that would be murder.
Oh, wow. Do you know Max Irby is?
I'm sorry?
Do you know Max Irby is?
No.
Okay, so Max Irby is a 15-year-old. He really needs a stem cell transplant, but his stem cell type is really, really rare. His dad has collected over 40 million DNA samples from various people across the globe, and so far they haven't been able to find a single match. This means if there is a match alive, there's probably only one. So let's assume that tomorrow the government finds out that I'm the only match for Max Irby's stem cell type. And in order for me to give my stem cells to Max Irby to save his life, I would have to sit down in a hospital room with him for 9 months and slowly transmit them from my body to his with an IV cord. This means I'd be taken away from my life, my career, my job, my friends, my family, my loved ones. And it would really suck and cause me a lot of harm and pain, both emotionally and maybe physically, because my ass is going to get hurt after sitting in that chair for 9 months. So I choose not to. I choose not to give some of my stem cells to Max because of the exhaustive expense that would cost me. You're saying that I'd be a murderer?
No, you're not tied to him right now. You're not taking yourself away from him.
So
He's not living off of you.
So if the government were to
Why would you
kidnap
be
me in the middle
responsible
of the
for him?
night and also kidnap him in the middle of the night, and I wake up in a jail cell with an open door connected to him via that IV cord,
You're so
and now I'm
nonsensical.
giving him
Like, you're going into
and now I'm
arguments
giving
that
him my
don't
stem
happen.
cells. Do you think that I should maintain the legal right to say no? Fuck this. I'm
Why-
going to
this is how
defy
you
the
argue with
kidnapping
people,
and
and
stand
it's
up
so
and just.
ridiculous.
Girl, this is fucking philosophy.
It's not philosophy, honey. It is making stuff up.
It is. No. Let me make
It
this
is
clear.
making it up.
Let me make this clear. When I talk about this fucking argument to do with Max Irby, it's not even my argument. I'm just repackaging the violinist argument from Judith Thompson. Judith Thompson was one of the first and best pronounced female philosophers in modern history. Okay? And Judith Thompson did a lot of work on moral philosophy. She was incredibly intelligent and had a PhD in ethics. And one of the papers that she wrote was about the morality of abortion. And she explained that maybe it's not wrong for a woman to get an abortion because they should retain the right to bodily autonomy and the ability to deny the fetus access to their bodily resources. And then she created an argument for why she thinks this, and she called it the violinist. And the violinist example is one of the most popular hypotheticals to explain why women should retain the right to bodily autonomy when they get an abortion. And the violinist example is this world where a very famous violinist is dying and he needs a blood transfusion from a healthy person. And in the middle of the night, a secret music lover society kidnaps both that famous violinist who they love and a random person, and then they force that random person to start transfusing some of their blood to the famous violinist. And then the random person wakes up, says, I've been kidnapped. Something wrong has been done to me. They disconnect that cord from the famous violinist and they leave. And then the violinist dies because they didn't get the blood transfusion that they needed. And then Judith Thompson asks, well, did that person who disconnected from the violinist do anything wrong? And if your answer is no, what we're learning here is that because of one's inalienable right to bodily autonomy, if another life is forcefully connected to your own and is sustained off of your own, you should maintain the legal right to cessate that sustenance, even if it kills that other life. So when you tell me that I'm giving you, and when you tell me that I'm giving you these ridiculous, low IQ, illogical arguments that are completely childish by nature, no, I literally just repackaged one of the most famous pro-abortion arguments ever, written by one of the most famous modern-day female philosophers that dedicated her life to the study of morality and ethics. There's nothing childish about this. There's nothing illogical about this. This is highly esteemed, paper and work that study the philosophy of ethics.
I get it.
So don't call this shit childish. So answer my question.
She does not. I do not have any homage to her. I do not worship her. I don't read her writings. I read the Bible, and I worship God. And
oh my God!
I believe that
you're just a fucking stupid Christian. Okay. I worship God, but I'm also like really unintelligent. So I'm just gonna do terrible things and say that God did. I hate Christians like you. But I want you to respond to my question about Max Irby.
But I thought you didn't hate because you're such a good person.
I guess you thought wrong. Why don't you go ahead and respond to my why don't you go ahead and respond to my question about Max Irby? If I'm the only stem cell type for Max Irby alive, the government
finds answer that already.
They kidnap me in the middle of the night. I wake up. I'm connected to him via an MV cord for 9 months.
Wrong. I don't agree with kidnapping.
Okay.
And you did
but
not.
Regardless of the fact that it was wrong for the government to kidnap me, I was kidnapped, and I woke up connected to Max Irby, and his life is being sustained by my own.
But you weren't previously connected.
Should I maintain the legal right to disconnect from Max Irby, even if that kills him?
The connection was not natural, so it's not the same argument.
Okay, but natural or unnatural doesn't matter, because naturality is unconcerned to.
Comparison is natural.
I could explain to you why. Because
you're talking about.
I could explain to you why that doesn't matter, because morality is not born out of what is natural or unnatural, and I could prove it. If 100 years from now we develop,
we're not talking about morality. We're talking about a fetus that.
But you're saying that this is the morally relevant difference that explains why you form a different moral conclusion in the two cases. If in 100 years from now we develop artificial wombs that are unnatural, and we are growing human fetuses in these artificial wombs, would it be wrong for me to unplug the artificial womb and kill the fetus?
It was not natural to be connected.
Okay, so answer my question. A fetus is growing in an artificial womb, and it's a real human fetus, just like the fetuses in the uteruses of
you're talking about like.
So answer my question. Would it be wrong for me to kill that fetus by unplugging that artificial womb?
I had trouble getting pregnant. And I had trouble.
Can you just answer my question? Would it be wrong for me to kill that fetus by unplugging the artificial womb?
And women do all kinds of things.
Would it be wrong? Would it be wrong for me to kill that fetus by unplugging the artificial womb? Would it be wrong for me to kill that fetus who's like a day away from being a newborn?
No, I don't want to kill anybody.
Okay, would it be wrong for me to kill that fetus by unplugging the artificial womb?
Why would I unplug it? I'm
not asking you. I'm not asking you. What reasons do you think I would have for killing that fetus?
It is not right to kill people.
One moment. I'm not asking you what reasons would I have to kill that fetus. No, I'm asking you, would it be wrong if I did kill that fetus by unplugging the artificial womb?
Yeah, don't kill people.
Okay, even though what was keeping that fetus alive was unnatural. So what you just accepted is when you argued that I wouldn't be doing anything wrong by disconnecting from Max Irby in the hypothetical that I gave you, because the process that is sustaining his life is unnatural doesn't matter. Because even when the process that is sustaining the life of the fetus is unnatural, you still argue that it would be wrong to terminate that unnatural process.
I don't even know how people even like follow you on this, because your arguments are not even like. They're not even applicable.
Can you repeat the argument that I gave you?
You're trying to force me into some type of argument that's not even like what we're talking about.
Could you repeat the argument that I gave you?
I can say that I don't agree with abortion.
Can you repeat the argument that I gave you?
You can say you agree with abortion, and that can be
Can you repeat the argument that I gave you?
Me into something that
Can you repeat the argument that I gave you?
nonsensical.
Can you repeat the argument that I gave you?
repeat an argument that you give me.
Yes.
Your argument is nonsensical.
No, I didn't ask you to call it unsensical. I asked you to repeat it.
Do you agree with abortion?
I didn't ask you to call it unsensical. I asked you to repeat it.
Do you agree with abortion?
I want you to repeat the argument that you just refused to respond to because you called it illogical, and then you question how anybody follows me.
Your argument is not sensible.
Okay, I will make it simple. I gave you hypothetical. I'll make it very simple. I'll make it very simple, so it will make sense.
The fact that you think it makes sense
I'll make it very simple, so it will make sense.
I don't understand how people think you make sense. You're not even making valid arguments.
Maybe it doesn't make sense to you because you're a fucking dumbass. I remember when I was a fucking dumbass in high school, I took calculus and I didn't do a day of my homework. I was genuinely a fucking dumbass. And because of that, I didn't understand a damn thing my math teacher taught me, and I failed the class. Maybe there's some parallels here, okay? Maybe I am making sense, just like my math teacher in high school probably did make sense. But because I was a fucking dumbass and didn't do my homework for calculus, I didn't understand a damn thing he said, even though it made sense. Do you see the parallels here? Maybe the things I'm saying do make sense, but you just happen to be absurdly and uniquely unintelligent to the point that as soon as we expand beyond the realm of material existence, ooga booga, rock, square, circle, into the realm of critical thought, hypothetically X if Y then Z, you just no longer track. As soon as you have to explore critical thought with your brain, aka testing your moral principles and foundations with the use of critical thought and logic, none of it makes sense anymore because you just simply don't possess those faculties. So I'm going to say this one last time. I gave you an example of me sustaining Max Irby's life by slowly and gradually giving him my stem cells via an MV cord for 9 months.
Definitely not
I asked you if it would be wrong for me to disconnect from Max Irby, and you said, no, Dean, but this is different from abortion because the process that was sustaining Max Irby's life was unnatural and the process of pregnancy is natural. So then I accounted for that difference. I accounted for that difference by conjuring up a new hypothetical, where in 100 years from now, we have unnatural artificial wombs that can grow and sustain the life of a fetus. And then I asked you in that case, where this unnatural process, the artificial womb, is sustaining and growing the life of the fetus, would I be doing anything wrong by disconnecting the fetus from the artificial womb or unplugging the artificial womb? And you said, yes, that would be wrong, even though the process is unnatural. Okay, so what does this tell us about the Max Irby hypothetical that I gave you earlier? What it tells us is that, sure, you are right. A descriptive difference between the hypothetical I gave you, between me and Max Irby, and the real world of a woman that is pregnant with a fetus is that one is natural and one is unnatural. But that difference does not matter, as we could reasonably conclude that the process of the thing that is sustaining the life being unnatural or natural is completely morally irrelevant to if we think it would be wrong to stop that process. And I proved that conclusion with my example of the artificial womb, you dumb ass.
Okay, you're incorrect. I was telling you that the fact of getting pregnant and having a child is a natural process, as opposed to the example that you gave where somebody went and kidnapped somebody and then connected themselves to somebody. The connection was not there to begin with to separate. That's the difference. That's why it's not the same. It is not comparing apples to apples. So it is not a sensible argument.
No one understood what you just said.
Yeah, they did.
find a single person in the chat that understood what you said. I will invite them to the live stream to repeat what you just said.
Okay. When you have conception, when you have a child that's made in the womb, no one came over there and connected you to a source.
That's not true. The rape did, because the rape caused the pregnancy.
The rape did not cause the pregnancy. God caused that. It is a God thing. Only God can create life. Only God. Only God. And if you think that God didn't have anything to do with the fact that that child was conceived, then I'm sorry. And the rapist is not connected to the person.
The youngest mother that has ever lived and given birth was 4 years old. She was violently raped by her dad. Did God make that 4-year-old pregnant?
Absolutely.
Is God all good?
Absolutely.
Does God only do good things?
Absolutely, yes. Correct.
So therefore it was a good thing that that 4-year-old was pregnant?
All life is precious.
Is it therefore a good thing that that 4-year-old was pregnant?
When whatever God does is not anything.
Is it a good thing that that 4-year-old was pregnant?
The 4-year-old was pregnant because God allowed it to happen. And God is good.
Is it a good thing that that 4-year-old was pregnant?
If God allowed it, it is good.
You're fucking disgusting. How dare you?
I'm not the one with the F word.
How dare you?
Dean, you don't decide my morality. I believe in God. I don't believe in Dean. I don't believe in the philosophers that you cite.
You
I believe
shouldn't
in God.
even be able to use that word, morality.
You don't make that decision.
If you think
don't
it's
get
a
to make
good
those
thing
decisions.
for 4-year-olds to be pregnant,
Do you think
you
you're
shouldn't be
good?
able to even use that word. You think
You
I'm
think
good.
you're a good person?
You think,
think you're a good person?
You think I'm a
No,
good
I don't.
person. You do.
No,
Oh
I
wait,
don't.
so I want to
The
clarify.
Bible says
Oh,
no.
you.
The Bible says
I'll
none are
give,
good.
I'll,
None are righteous.
I'll
There is
give
none
you.
good.
I'll,
No one is good.
I'll give you the argument that you
Not
think
one
I'm a good
person
person.
on this earth is
I'll
good.
give
The
you.
only
I'll give
one
you
that
the
is good
argument
is
that. No.
Jesus.
I'll give you the argument that you think I'm a good person. Did God allow
No,
me
you're
to be
not.
the person I am?
Absolutely.
You just said the things that God allows are good. Therefore, the person I am is good.
No.
Whoa! So when God allows a 4-year-old girl to be pregnant, you say it's good because God allowed it. But then when
correct.
God allows Dean Withers to check the fuck out of you and your idiocracy, then you say it's bad regardless of the fact that God allowed it. So you use God's allowance.
good.
You use God's allowance for actions or outcomes on earth to justify child rape and pregnancy, but you will never use God's allowance of actions and outcomes on earth to justify the person I am. You're despicable.
No, but you think that you're the arbiter of good and evil. Well, you think that you own that. You don't.
I never said that.
Well, you do. That's what you do all day long. You decide what's right and wrong, and then you call people idiots, and you
No,
make
I
fun of
don't
people,
decide
and then
what's
you-
right and
Yes, you
wrong.
do. You decide.
No.
You are. That's all you do. On
No.
You decide right and wrong.
I
You get
don't
someone on there and you
decide.
tell them how disgusting they are, and you decide how wrong they are.
Let me
You
be
think
clear.
you're the arbiter of right.
Let me be
truth.
clear. I do not decide what is right and wrong.
Yes,
I
that's what you think
One
you
moment.
are.
No. I do
You
not
don't discern it either.
Stop.
I hate to break it to you.
I do not decide what is right and wrong. I discern what is right and wrong.
But your discernment is bad.
The arbiter says the fucking person who said child pregnancy for a raped 4-year-old is good. What if that
If
4-year-old
she is
died? What if that
capable of
4-year-old
getting
died
pregnant,
from?
God allowed that.
Do you agree that there have been children raped, impregnated that have then died from those pregnancies?
I have no idea. I don't know.
What?
Yeah, I have no idea.
You have no idea of throughout all of human history, there's been at least one child who was raped, impregnated, then died from that pregnancy. You have no idea?
I'm sure.
Okay, so you're sure that's happened before. Did God allow that pregnancy?
Absolutely.
Therefore, was that pregnancy good, where the child was raped, impregnated, and died from it?
Do you think that
Was that pregnancy good? Was that pregnancy good?
I've said yes.
Dude,
Why would I
what?
say no?
Dude, you're a nut job.
you get to decide.
You're a
You
fucking nut job. We're talking about like an 8-year-old girl who hit precocious puberty, was raped by her dad, impregnated, then died from the pregnancy. You're saying that that pregnancy was good.
I said the preg is good. Yes. Life is good. Life is good.
The fetus obviously died
important.
too.
Every life is important.
What the fuck? The fetus died too.
You think the fetus is bad? You think the fetus is bad? You think the life is bad? So you decide? You decide that?
Oh my God. My belief.
You don't decide what life is good and what life is bad.
My belief. Listen, here's my hot take, okay? I want you to respond to my hot take. Here's my hot take. Look at me, folks. I look like a fucking mess right now because of this conversation. Here's my hot take. Pregnancies that end up killing 8 and 9-year-old girls that were raped and impregnated are bad. Do you agree with my hot take?
No. All life is good. All life is precious, and the Bible says it. And I'm sorry, but you don't get to decide which lives are not good and which lives are good. You don't get to decide that.
I'm sorry, I don't have any words, everyone.
And that's the problem with organized religion. When someone is willing to go that extreme, go that far, and like the premise of contradicting what we deem to be quote unquote good or moral in order to justify what they believe in, like that's the wildest thing. But I'm
actually gonna stick up for a couple people here, Santana.
Yeah.
I know that there are so many Christians watching this live stream right now who disagree with every fucking word that mentally ill person said. I would say that is the problem with religion when not when not explored with rationale. That is the problem with blind religion.
And that's why, I debate like the weaponization of Christianity, because it's not that I think like religion is bad or even believing in God is bad, but I do think that when people use the religion to justify atrocities, then that's when we see the issues. I mean, this is why like colonialization happened. This is why multiple genocides have happened. Like the Crusades. I mean, that's why we deal with, the issues with Roe and then the queer community. It's not because people believe in God. It's because they use their faith to weaponize it against people or weaponize positions that they think they want to take. So.
Yup. Yeah, that's what I fucking agree with, dude.
Yeah.
Oh my God. And I think the reason why I hopped in there to say I'm going to stick up for a couple people here is just like to like plead and beg people that are watching the stream who are religious to know that you don't have to be a bad person because you're religious. You don't have to think that child rape leading to pregnancy that kills children is a good thing to believe that Jesus Christ is God. You don't have to do that, dude.
The problem I had though is that she couldn't engage with your hypothetical, but yet we can engage in the Bible, and that's based off of faith. That seems a little disingenuous to me.
Yeah. Oh my God. I'm sorry. That is probably one of the craziest guests who I have ever had on my live stream. Fucking ever had on my live stream.
I was wondering how far she was willing to go, and it seems like she was willing to go wherever it needed just to continue to justify what she was saying.
Yeah. Nick G, I appreciate you for that, Galaxy. Welcome in, Santana. Really happy to have you here. Yeah. I'm gonna need some support here.
I got you,
I'm gonna need some backup here. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president, please and thank you. We got Hillbilly Minister tuning into the live stream. Only hop inside of the queue if you are here for a debate. Hillbilly Minister, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I do, yes.
Okay. And why is that, Hillbilly Minister?
Because I support his policies. I don't agree with everything he says, but I do support his policies, yes.
Okay, thanks for being here. Give me one moment. I'm not going to lie. I had a lot of people send messages in while I was connected to that last guest. And I'm going to have to, and I want to thank a handful of the people that sent those messages. Santana. Look at this guy's post, bro. We're going to touch on that when I'm done thanking a couple people, but look at this motherfucker's posts. On Venmo, Miss Celeste, Celise. This literally just came in 33 seconds ago. Thank you for the $100 donation. Who says that was awful? Oh my God, Celeste. That was so terrible. I feel so fucking terrible for all the women and girls that had to watch that conversation. The victims that had to watch that conversation, especially the victims of CSA that had to watch that conversation. Thank you so much for the $100, Celeste. Let's get 1,000 fucking Celeste W's. Fasi, thank you for the $5. Ellie, thank you for the $5. Jaden, thank you for the $50. Who says the scariest part is that she has a daughter. Thank you for always sticking up and fighting for women's rights. Love you, Dean. Love you too, Jaden. Her daughter's gonna grow up and fucking hate her. That's my prophecy of the day. Thank you so much. Anissa, who says, don't read out loud. Thank you for the $10. I'll keep that to myself. Helen with the $10 says, I'm a Christian, but that lady was wacko. It's not good for a 4-year-old to be pregnant. Holy fucking shit. Oh, yeah. I used to think that was common sense. Caroline, thank you for the $50. Who says 50 more for dealing with an absolute failure of a person. I really appreciate you. Thank you, Caroline. Janaea, thank you for the $50. Who says, had to donate again because what the fuck was her debate? Banning abortion does not eliminate it. Rather, it risks the mother's life because sometimes they take matters into their own hands. I really do appreciate you for the $50, Janaea, and I couldn't agree with you more. Let's get 500 Janaea W's. Mike with the $15 says, ask this lady if Hitler was good. I actually kicked her when I saw your donation message because I envisioned myself asking her that question and her responding by saying yes.
I thought that's where you were going. I was hoping that's where you were going.
Bro.
And she would have said yes. Yeah. She would have said yes.
Yeah, that's why I kicked her, because I didn't want her to say yes. Alyssa, thank you for the $20, who says she wants to say that God is good so all things are good. Which is a really fucking stupid argument to make. Lauren, thank you so much for the $10, who says God is good for allowing 10-year-olds to be pregnant. What a creep. That's some spooky, scary stuff right there. Yeah, bro, if she's right about God, then God damn it, call me a Satanist. Cat with the $10 says the mental gymnastics are so disgusting and insane. So fucking insane. Maria, thank you so much for the $15 on Venmo. I do really appreciate you so much, and it's so happy to hear that you gave Max Irby a donation of your DNA to see if you're a match. That's awesome, Maria. Good shit. Sarah, thank you for the $5. Nikki, thank you for the $1. Cam, thank you for the $5. I appreciate you as well as your message, Cam. Jesse, thank you for the $5. Amanda, thank you for the $5. And Bailey, thank you for the $50 donation on Venmo. Says, update on debating my Christian MAGA dad. It didn't go too well. Well, I'm sorry to hear that, Bailey. I know that you dropped a donation earlier before you went to debate your dad. I'm sorry to hear that it didn't go well. Thank you so much for the love. Same thing to you, Chloe, with the $30, who says, I wanted to say thank you for all that you do. You're the best. Chloe, I appreciate you for your love and support. Let's get through it, our Chloe W's. I really do appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. As well as Lizzie Ann with the $25 says, thank you for being thank you for being an empowering voice in our generation, no matter the hate that you are appreciated. Well, thank you so much, Lizzie Ann, for the love and support. I hope that you're still here. You sent that a while ago. Just know that I really appreciate you. You guys were like literally so fucking kind when I was in the middle of debating that last guess. Like ridiculously kind. I have 2 people to thank, and then we'll go ahead and pass the mic to this person. These both came in an hour ago. I don't even know what to say, you guys. Y'all have been beyond kind today. I'm literally lost for words here. Miss Ashley and Miss Harmony. Thank you both for the $100 donations on Venmo. Ashley and Harmony, I really hope that you're both still here. Thank you so much. That is ridiculous. Let's get 1,000 Ashley W's. Let's get 1,000 Harmony W's. Just beyond fucking kind. Harmony with $100 says, hey, Dean, I haven't been able to watch your streams for a couple days, and I really wanted to show my love to you for all that you do. Like I said, fucking insane. Thank you so much for that love and support, Harmony. And then same thing to you, Ashley, who says, Dean, you are very wise beyond your years. Know that you serve as such a wonderful role model for your listeners. You explain that so beautifully and with so much grace. You'll never understand the full impact of your words. Dude, I'm just so grateful for y'all, and I am obviously talking financially. That is too much money, but also I'm just so very grateful for your incredibly kind words. I will never take either of those two things for granted. Show some love to all the donors. We'll pass the mic to the guests, but holy shit, you guys have been so kind to me today. Hillbilly Minister, I'm just going to start off with an easy question. Do you think that black people are in any way inferior to white people?
Yes.
Which ways, Bob?
I mean, they literally have the lowest IQ between blacks and whites, so...
Would you like to do an IQ test right now between yourself and me?
Mine would be much higher.
You think so?
I know so. I don't need to think.
Hey, what's the mitochondria?
The what?
Mitochondria.
So you're going to try these big words to actually try to...
Super simple question. It's literally, fourth grade science. What's the mitochondria?
Actually, it's not. You're just trying to use big words to sound smarter when you're not.
Oh, okay, so you don't know what the mitochondria is.
Okay, so stop trying to use big words.
It's literally fourth grade science.
No, it's not.
It's fourth grade. It literally is fourth grade science.
Do you remember the fourth grade? I don't.
It's okay. Hey, what's the square root of 81?
So I'm trying to debate Dean, my son, don't ask me.
What's this? STR. Slur to run. Hey, did you see on his profile that it said that he's a Southern Baptist minister?
I did see that.
Yeah, I saw it coming. The question I had was, I wanted to know, why does he vote alongside of the Klan if he's a minister? But obviously that's why.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
No, all good.
About that, Santana.
I've been called worse by better people.
Well, listen, I'm not gonna laugh it off because I think that it's incredibly fucked up. But of course, you are the victim of it, and you have the ability to laugh it off as you wish. But what I will say for everybody watching is, if you're unsure about the existence of systemic racism oppressing black and brown people, but not white people, watch my stream and then watch Santana's stream. I've never seen better and more clear evidence of the existence of racism against black and brown people that does not exist against white people. Santana has been on the live for 3 seconds, and he's already been disparaged for his race. I haven't been disparaged for my race in 3 years. So I don't know.
Yeah.
Keep that in
I
mind.
don't know. I when they don't have anything, that's what they go to. I mean, and that was on me. I shouldn't have embarrassed them so quickly. Like that was on me.
You fucking embarrassed him. You fucking embarrassed him. Oh my god. You fucking embarrassed him. I'll happily send you that clip from my live stream. I've just never seen a better embarrassment.
I love how people love going to like the study that they're citing is from like the 70s, right? They don't even update their racism. It's so interesting.
Yeah, and then also, I mean, IQ has nothing to do with innate intelligence, and more to do with access to resources and education, including food, by the way.
Yep.
So
did you see the study as well that was done in Iraq?
Yes, the study that was done in Iraq.
I'm telling, it's like you read my mind sometimes.
Yep. That what was it? When the kids didn't have access to food and school, they reported IQ points that were like 25 points lower on average.
No, I think there was like a 30-point jump after they got like access to all this stuff. It was a massive jump.
Yeah. Then also, so in America, white people have a higher IQ on average than Arab people, but in predominantly Arab countries, Arab people have a higher IQ on average than white people. Yeah. And that fact, alongside the study from Iraq, absolutely demonstrates that IQ is equal to access to resources and nothing else. It is resources and social positioning. That's all it is.
One of my favorite IQ test questions is if you have a rooster on top of a house and it's a pointed house, which way, and it lays the egg, which way will the egg roll?
Yo.
Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Wait, 1 second. That's a kid. If you have a rooster on top of a house and it's a pointed house, are you talking like that?
Mm-hmm. And it lays the egg. Which way will the egg roll?
Well, roosters don't lay eggs. Oh, that is a good one. I had to think about that one for a second.
That's an IQ test. Like,
those are I had to think about that for a second. Yeah, it's good. I about
those
failed
are the
that
questions.
One. Yeah, I about failed that one.
Because if you move to it too fast or you don't like, but that's why like IQ tests is silly to me.
Yeah. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only opposite side of the queue if you do happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. I'm fucking dying today. I'm actually dying.
You've been doing really well. I've been watching for a while. Like, they suck, but still look good.
Yeah, but like now I'm dying. Like, dude, going back to back with some freak who's like, oh yeah, pregnancies that kill kids are good for the kids, to the guy that's just screaming the N-word claiming to be a Christian. Oh my God.
Fuck. I still say the other lady was more surprising than the guy who had the Confederate flag and all of that shit on his profile.
Yeah, and that kind of makes me feel responsible. When I saw his post that said white guilt, like I
would have brought him up too. I was excited about it. I didn't expect him just to crash out like that. I thought we were gonna talk for a while.
Yeah. Don't worry. He sounded old. He'll probably die soon. So.
God damn, D.
Dude, I don't care. I just don't think people like that are meaningful. Like I just.
You have to at least like feign a little bit of empathy, just a little bit.
I don't know. I don't. I don't. I really don't. Yeah. If someone in the chat said kind of rude, I mean, I don't even care enough about him to be rude to him.
These people are so weird.
Like, I mean, people like that, I mean, they just hold us back to such a very high degree.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. It's like, I'm a pacifist for sure. So it's like, I think it'd be wrong to like, oh, Santana, hop back. I'll send you an invite. I accidentally kicked you over the gas. I'm a pacifist for sure. So I think it's like wrong to like kill people like that. I don't think that you could like justifiably go up to that guest and like stab him or whatever. But like I'm not gonna like, when he dies, like, okay, like, all right, yeah, we're probably better off. Let's go to get that next guest connected. Welcome back in, Santana.
Hello. Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. It's interesting that, people move through life this way. I don't know. It takes a lot just to hate people. And I don't get it.
Let's go to get that next guest connected. Only do opposite side of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that sports Trump. Sorry for kicking you.
All good.
I have a couple people to thank. I actually have quite a few people to thank on PayPal and Super Chat, and then a couple on Venmo. I'm so very grateful for y'all's love. The last hour has been so insane, where all of my attention and energy has been directed at these crazy fucks. Let's go to get that next guest connected, guys. Do only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, please and thank you. Arthur, do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
How old are you?
I am 18, born 2007, September.
Okay, and what time is it?
It is 10:46 p.m.
What state are you in?
I'm in Virginia, but I'm like originally from England, so I have a bit of an accent.
What's the capital of Virginia?
Richmond.
I think he's right.
I think Richmond is the capital of Virginia.
Yeah.
Hey,
I'm pretty sure.
What's the army base in Virginia, like the big one?
Is that for me?
Yeah, it's like in Newport News.
I'm not sure. But I'm from Virginia.
You are. How far out are you from DC?
Arlington's like half an hour, I think.
Okay, I actually believe him.
Okay, sounds good.
I actually believe him.
Yeah, I'm going to thank a couple people, and then I'm going to pass the mic to you. Avery, thank you so much for the $20. Who says, like I said on YouTube Super Chat, I was raped at the age of 10. If I were to get impregnated, I would have died as a result as an underweight child. How can she think that 2 deaths are better than 1? Thank you, and honestly, this was a little triggering for me, and probably many others. Well, Avery, I was about to tell you that I was going to keep your message to myself and not read it out loud because of its sensitive nature, but I thought it was very important for our live stream to hear what you had to say, given the fact that you lived through an experience that last guess was justifying. And I'm so fucking sorry to hear that happened to you, and for everybody watching, I hope that Avery's testimony really just goes to show how fucked up that last lady was. Thank you for the $20, and once again, I'm so sorry to hear that happened to you. Christine and Caitlin, I appreciate you guys so much for the $10. Caitlin says, I'm Christian and pro-Chase based. Ellen, thank you for the $10, who says, you have to be literally crazy to think that a pregnant 4-year-old is good. True that. Courtney, thank you for the $5. Rebel with a $1. And Miss Tehran, Teran, thank you for the $100 on PayPal. Let's get 1,000 Tehran W's. Who says, Jesus fucking Christ, these guests are despicable. I could not agree with you more, Tehran. I don't even know what to say about the lineup tonight, genuinely. Thank you so much for the $100, though. That is very, very kind of you. Same thing to you, Madeline, with the $10, calling that last guest a so-called Christian. Caitlin with the $10, also calling the last 2 guests fake Christians. Margaret, thank you for the $20. I really appreciate you so much. I'm going to keep your message to myself, Margaret. Just know that, yeah, fuck that lady, because she was insane. Thank you for the $20. Tegan, thank you so much for the $50, who says, the fucking audacity of this woman. She's the absolute worst. Once again, referring to the woman, the guest before the last one. Thank you so much for the $50. I agree, she was terrible. Morgan with the $20 says, Dean, thank you for sticking up for rape victims. I will forever stick up for the truth, and I wish that truth was more common. I mean, it shouldn't even require a thank you. It should be the expectation. Thank you for the $20. Reagan, thank you for the $10. Same thing to Tegan. I appreciate you both. Dwayne, thank you for the $5. Crystal, thank you for the $5. I'm so happy that I helped you to better form your political opinions. Jaden, thank you for the $20. She says, hey, Dean, I'm one of your new supporters. Well, I'm happy to have you here, Jaden, as well as I appreciate the rest of your message, but I'm going to keep it to myself. Just know that I'm happy to have you here. Same thing to Austin with $14, who says, I used to be strong MAGA, but watching you has completely pushed my political ideologies to the other side. We love that, Austin. You are literally why I do these streams. Thanks for telling me that in a time where, honestly, the guests have just been terrible. SJ, thank you for the $20, who says, I'm proud of you. Well, know that I really appreciate you, SJ. It's so good to see you. And then Miss Brittany, thank you for the $50. Let's get 500 Brittany W's, who says, some people need to read a dictionary. That last guy was rough. Dictionary states that unlawful sexual intercourse or any other sexual penetration of the vagina without the consent of the person is rape. Brittany said that $50 donation in like a while ago when we were talking to this man that denied Donald Trump forcefully penetrating E. Jean Carroll's vagina with his fingers was rape. And know that he was crazy, and you were absolutely right. Same thing to you, Stacy. Thank you for the $50 who says, thank you for articulating the pro-choice argument so eloquently. It's refreshing to hear it coming from a man's mouth. Well, I try my best to be as well researched and as eloquent as possible when arguing abortion, because I know that the stakes are high, and they always have been and they always will be. So thank you for the $50. Same thing to you, Jacob with the 25 who says, love the content as always, Dean. Thank you. George, thank you for the $14. I really appreciate you so much, George. Lauren with the $20 says, fuck Roger Marshall. Also, keep up the content, Dean. It's amazing. Who's Roger Marshall? But I appreciate you for the $20. Same thing to you, Lauren. Thank you for the $5. And with that being said, we're ready to pass this guest the mic. Take it away, Arthur, and tell us why you support Trump.
The main thing is like immigration and legal immigration, because technically I'm an immigrant, but I moved out on like a student visa. I got a green card. Now I've got citizenship. So the main thing for me is like illegal immigration, and like I think Trump's just better on that.
Okay, so you support his mass deportation?
I support, yeah.
Okay, so what is one way that Trump's mass deportation materially benefits America?
Well, materially benefits America. I would say, it's not just America. It's like it benefits people in my situation as well, because I feel people who it makes it more difficult for people to go like the legal route to citizenship and stuff when there's more like illegal immigration.
Wait, and just to verify, you said that you have like permanent residence.
Yes,
now, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So it didn't make it more difficult, but okay.
Well, that's next question. Okay, so I asked you, what is one specific way mass deportation will benefit America materially? You say, I feel like people who it makes it more difficult for people to go through the legal route when there's more illegal immigration.
You're writing it down.
Oh, hell yeah. You better believe it, bro. You better believe it. So how does undocumented entry make legal immigration more difficult?
I think it just increases wait time, because if there's more people coming in like illegally, it just would increase wait time.
Could you please give a source to justify this empirical claim?
It's not really a source, but it's like I've spoken to people similar in my situation.
Okay.
And like some people, like, you know, just certain situations.
Now we're going to move on. Claim it increases wait time. Okay, perfect.
Really quickly, think about this. How could it increase wait time if it's outside of the legal process? That doesn't make sense.
Like
anyway, you can keep moving, Dean. I'm just saying, like, that doesn't make sense.
Oh, yeah. Nothing he's saying makes sense. Okay. The claim is it increases legal wait time. What is the evidence for the claim?
Trust me, bro.
No, I think just like more resources would go towards illegal immigration rather than legal immigration if there's more people trying to come into the country.
Oh my god, I can't fucking spell. Okay, what resources?
Just like finances towards like border patrol, immigration officers. And the people who actually like process green cards and stuff as well.
Okay, let's see where we're at. So your claim was that one way mass deportation will materially benefit America is because it would increase wait time for legal immigrants. And then the evidence for that claim is you think more resources would go to undocumented immigrants that would then slow legal entry, like finances, immigration officers, and people who process green cards. Here's my question. What is the evidence that more resources in the sense of finances, immigration officers, and people who process green cards go towards undocumented immigrants, and the reallocation of these resources materially increase the time that it takes for a legal claim of entry to be processed?
Is that like two questions or one?
It's going to be a request for two sources. That these resources are directed away from legal immigrants with more undocumented entry, and because these resources are directed away from legal immigrants with more undocumented entry, then legal entry takes longer.
Wait. Can you just say the first bit again? Sorry.
I'm asking you for empirical evidence that these three resources are redirected away from legal immigrants to undocumented immigrants, and that because these three resources are redirected away from legal immigrants to undocumented immigrants, therefore legal immigration takes longer.
Would it not just be like the total finance going towards like border patrol and stuff?
Okay,
Would that not just
you're
be
giving
like
me words. I want evidence, like sources to demonstrate that the empirical claims that you are making are true.
I don't have like written down sources like that. I just I've just spoken to people like similar in situations who have said similar things.
Okay, so you've spoken to an immigration official who said that when there's more undocumented entry, we have to reallocate resources away from legal immigrants?
Not
and
necessarily,
that makes the
no.
process
I mean,
take longer? Okay, well, then who have you spoken with to prove this claim?
just similar people like immigrants in my situation as well.
I mean, how would you know?
They said,
how would you know
No.
if the time it took you to legally immigrate into this country would have taken longer if there was more undocumented immigrants and shorter if there's less undocumented immigrants? How do you know that?
yeah, I wouldn't know that, but I just feel like
so then ultimately your
how-
source is non-existent.
Also, it's just confirmation bias because if you're saying that you're
Oh,
talking
you're really
to
quiet.
immigrants and you're saying, sorry, I was saying also it's just confirmation bias. Like if you're talking to people in your similar situation, and you all are like just saying like, oh, if they didn't have to do this, then they could do that. I got a bit of bad news for you. The United States government doesn't do that. They don't walk and chew gum at the same time. And just because they spend, money and resources on mass deportation does not mean if they didn't, then they would reallocate it to speeding up the process. Because the fact of the matter is, if we wanted to allocate a budget for it, we could do both of them. But they didn't choose to actually improve the process for immigration. They just wanted to do mass deportation.
Yeah, that makes sense. I get that, to be fair. Yeah.
The thing that I find to be kind of interesting though is I'm trying to understand if you are someone who has been a beneficiary of immigration into the United States, then why wouldn't you be more welcoming of other people that are trying to get into the United
No, I
States
am.
as well?
I think legal immigration is amazing. Yeah, I would like loads of people to come in
The
legal.
Trump administration doesn't though. Like you do understand that Donald Trump is trying to even like stop legal immigration. Even in his first term, that's the one thing that he did actually. He was super successful as limiting legal immigration into the country, and he's been doing the same thing this term as well, is decreasing legal immigration into the U.S.
How? Like how so?
Yeah, by pricing out asylum seekers, by reducing the amount of refugees that can come to the country from 175,000 down to 7,500, and specifically allowing white South Africans to come in. They've been turning away different people from different countries. First term, he tried to institute the Muslim ban, and then he tried to bring it back this term as well in a different type of way. Like literally, they're targeting all forms of legal migrants. They're ending TPS status. They're talking about actually denaturalization. They're trying to remove student green cards. I mean, like every single way that they can target like legal immigration, they're going after that.
Well, aren't
Hell,
they like selling it though?
The courts actually just said that Donald Trump that ICE could no longer show up at court hearings of immigrants anymore because they were showing up for people who were quote unquote doing it the right way and detaining those immigrants that were at court for like their legal status. So again, they're not interested, or they don't even really care about like people who are not coming here the right way in your terms. They just want to stop immigrants as a whole.
But why, if they want to stop them as a whole, why would they like what was the thing? He was selling like a golden card or something, and isn't he like selling green cards now for like I think it's $100,000?
No, they sold one gold card, and then like Donald Trump, I don't know, he did a weird thing the other day, and basically said that entry into or citizenship in the United States is not for sale, even though he sold a gold card to Nicki Minaj and hasn't sold it to anyone else. So it's kind of weird. But no, they just they don't want immigrants into the country as a whole.
But what's like your opinion on like the like selling citizenship?
I don't see the value in that.
Yeah, okay, fair enough.
I actually think that, I mean, honestly, if you wanted to be more productive, you would go the route of mass amnesty instead of mass deportation. That would be more effective than mass deportation.
It's more of just in his first term, I think, with the deportation things, like illegally.
I'm confused with what you mean in his first term.
I just felt like his first term, like he deported a lot more people than he is now. Like I felt
No.
like he's saying he's doing more now, but
No, he didn't.
he's
And the
not.
only reason Donald Trump had a border crisis on his hand prior to the enactment of the Title 42 with COVID. Like, if you look at the numbers of crossings prior to COVID, I mean, they were skyrocketing, so much so that he took money from the Army and the Corps of Engineers to try to build the wall because Congress wouldn't approve it. Like, he was literally panicking.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
He's not good on deportation. He's not good with the economy. He's not a good person. He's not a good president. Like, there's literally no reason for you to support this guy right now unless you're just a rich white man, and even rich white men have a little bit of a hesitation because he's like shitting on the economy.
Yeah, bro. Look at those
No,
jet
like,
fuel
I'm-
prices.
Yeah.
No, I'm not open to like changing. Like I want to hear different opinions and stuff. That's just how I felt. But like, yeah, after listening, I've definitely changed it a little bit. So
Yeah, man. I appreciate you for coming up here.
Yeah,
I
thank
hope
you.
that by listening into the live stream for longer periods of times on other days, we'll be able to fully change your mind. Okay?
all right. Yeah. Thank you. Have a good day.
All right. You too. I'm not going to lie, everybody. I am tired. Probably the most tired that I have been at the end of one of my live streams in so long. We've been live for 4 hours and 8 minutes, and I'm wiped. Holy fuck. Not only am I tired, because we just went live later today, and it's 9 p.m., but I'm also tired, because, god damn it, the people we spoke with today were insane. But
Yeah.
I want to give a very big round of applause to everybody specifically watching on TikTok, because we had close to no trolls today. I'm so thankful for you guys for not trolling me today as much as you usually do. Genuinely fucking thank you. Genuinely thank you. I'm so grateful for those that decided not to try to troll me today. It gave us the ability to actually debate people. And I feel like I haven't had a stream where I've been able to actually debate people pretty much all day long without like 30 minutes of trolls for like a very long time. So that was good. But that's probably going to be it for the debates today, everybody. I have a bunch of people to thank for their kindness and generosity. Holy
I got
moly.
3 really quick ones, if that's
Go
okay.
for it.
All right, Ashley, thank you for the 25. Joseph, thank you for the 20. And Kat, thank you for the 25. Everyone else that sent donations, because there's been quite a few. I've been directly replying and saying thank you. So if you sent a donation, check your messages. But I wanted to call those 3 out. And Dean, I appreciate you, bro. I'm gonna hop off here, and I think I'm gonna go ahead and start my live. So
Oh, you're going to have a mean raid incoming, Santana.
Oh, I appreciate it. All right, bro.
Yeah, you
See
take
ya.
care.
Yep.
Carly, thank you for the $10 on Super Chat. Who says, as a woman who's been recently harassed and followed by a man, I joined the stream today because you help me feel like I'm safe. Thank you so much for supporting women and everything that you do. Carly, that makes me so fucking happy. I'm so happy that you find like something positive, a sense of comfort, sense of educational content in our streams that just makes me happy. It definitely justifies what we do, and I love it. Thank you, Carly. Nixie, Nixie, thank you for the $50 donation over on Super Chat. Who says, I feel bad for people that cannot appreciate other cultures. I've learned so much from people of other races and cultures. Love you so much. Love what you do, you and Santana. Thank you. Well, thank you, Nixie. Yeah, I agree. Shared culture is really important for individualistic development. And if you're scared of other people, if you're scared of other cultures, if you're scared of other races, it leads to you being really immature and underdeveloped, like rationally speaking. I absolutely agree. Elizabeth, thank you for the $10, who says, if God gave people free will, then choosing whether the zygote becomes born or not is good because her God allowed her to make that decision. Elizabeth, the funny thing is you're absolutely fucking right with that argument as it relates to that last guest's argument. I know exactly who you're referring to, and you cooked. Philip with the $10, who says, if God allows undocumented immigrants to cross the border, then it's good. So true. Philip's also making a very similar point to Elizabeth. Journey Coleman, thank you for the $20. Who says, I appreciate you so much. I'm a Christian and I disagree with everything that woman said. A lot of us are misrepresented because of that woman and many others, and it genuinely breaks my heart when Christians say things like that. Thank you. They're fake Christians, Journey Coleman. Thank you for the $20. Same thing to you. Freddie is back. Thank you for the $5. Evelyn with the $10, who says, been a social worker since 97, and I could assure you that systemic racism is real, and it's being emboldened by this administration. I could not agree with you more. Cozy with the $10, who says, so pro-life, she thinks child death is good. Yeah, absolutely. And then Avery, thank you for the $20. If you stop to be watching, I am going to keep that message to myself just because of its contents. Just know that I really appreciate you. Thank you so much. Philip, thank you so much for the $10. And then Fran with the $20, she says, I feel so sorry for her husband. I aspire to have your patience, Dean. Also referring to the crazy Christian lady we had on about an hour ago. Thank you so much. Bean at Putter Art, thank you for the $20. Who says, what do you think of Sam Cedar and Emma from Majority Report? Could you ever see yourself working with them? I don't know enough about them to form a super solid opinion, but I see a lot of things from them that I really like. Mommy Steve, thank you for the $20. I appreciate you. Let's get 200 Mommy Steve W's. And shout out to Asa, Mommy Steve's boyfriend. Thank you. MLG with the $20, who says, I'm in a group chat with some other Democratic Socialists, and they're arguing that accelerationists and Trump are helping Democratic Socialists win. Do you think that this is a correlation, or do you think that MAGA is a cause? I think that there could be some causal relationships. But I ultimately think if they therefore say, because there's a causal relationship between the Trump administration and Democratic Socialists winning, that therefore the Trump administration is a good thing, that they're wrong. Because I don't think that we could ever excuse or justify human rights violations. And you could just reduce their view down to like very simple and common refutations of utilitarianism. So look up common refutations to utilitarianism. Chances are they would also be refutations to your accelerationist friends' views. Bradley with the $20 says, Dean, my brother, I'm a 19-year-old Republican ex-MAGA man. Thank you for finally opening my eyes. I realize that I can't keep bending my morals to support this creep, and he's in general broken his promises. Love you, Dean. That's awesome, Bradley. I'm so happy that we've been able to change your mind. I really do hope that you hear me out about why I'm a progressive, so hopefully we could push you even further left. Same thing to Caitlin with the $20, who says, I was watching your streams when I was struggling with mental health and I felt hopeless talking to my MAGA family members. Watching your streams has helped me feel strong and able to tolerate and talk to them. I love that, Caitlin. I'm so happy that our live streams help you out, genuinely. And then Leslie, thank you so much for the $20 over on Super Chat. Charlie and BD, thank you guys for the $10. And with all that being said, we're all caught up on the Super Chats. We have a couple people to thank on Venmo. Thank you so much, Jordan, for the $5. Linda with the $25. So I guess Epstein was doing good things because God allowed it. Yup, that would also be another refutation of that crazy lady's argument. Donnie and Kellen, I appreciate the two of you guys for the $100 donations. That is DONNIE and KELLEN, who says that crazy debate was the first one that we saw today that doesn't sound religious to me. If anything, it sounds like Satan, and I believe in Jesus. Donnie and Kellen, thank you guys so much for the love. And yes, I'm so happy that you guys as Christians think that those two Christians who were saying that pregnancy is good for 4-year-olds and screaming slurs were closer to Satanists in the sense of acknowledging that God exists and actually following the devil. Thank you so much. Joseph, thank you for the $30, who says, tough guest today, man. Mental health dono for therapy. Pro, Joseph. They were insane. Patricia with the $10 says, thank you for raising awareness. I try my best, but I appreciate you. Whitney with the $15 says, thank you for saying that not all Christians were like those two crazy people. And thank you for all that you do. You're amazing. Well, of course, I appreciate you so much. David with the $10, who says, I'm sorry that you and everybody on the stream had to endure a crazy lady and a racist back-to-back. Dude, that was some crazy fucking shit. Lauren, I appreciate you for the $50 on Venmo, who says, first-time donor. My econ professor husband agrees with your definition of regressive tax. Can't believe your stamina for that lady. Oh, that helps me a lot. I feel so validated because an econ professor agreed with me. I love that. And then Michaela and Mackenzie, I appreciate you both for the $10. And then Kylie, thank you for the $5. And we are actually all caught up over on Venmo. And I think that we're just about caught up on PayPal. On PayPal, Grace, thank you for the $17. Who says, hey, Dean, I watch every day as a Christian. I was beyond disappointed to hear that lady call the rape of a 4-year-old a good thing. Yeah, Grace, she was a fake Christian. Fuck her. Alex with the $20, who says, watch the whole debate with a crazy lady. You completely clocked her. Being a victim of CSA myself, I was genuinely in shock. Alex, I'm so sorry that you had to hear that conversation. I absolutely understand if it was triggering. She was legitimately insane. And with all that being said, we're actually all caught up. Thank you guys so much for all of the love today. I don't know what to tell y'all. I am just so grateful. Today, you guys just showed up and showed out. I really appreciate all the kind words, all the kind donations, and I really try my best to thank literally everybody, and I'm just so grateful for y'all. And then Harmony, I appreciate you for the 2 galaxies. That's actually it for the stream today. As I said right before we got into thanking all of the donors, I'm beyond tired. I'm so tired that I'm probably going to go to bed early tonight, which is a very rare occurrence for me. I'm usually up until like 2 a.m. That's all for me, but if you're still in the mood for some debates, you can still find them. My friend Santana, who's up here towards the end of the stream, is live now. Go support him. He is a little bit further to the left than I am, and if you agree with me, you should especially go hear him out, because it's always good to listen to people that disagree with you for further deciphering of truth. And on top of that, he also just has a lot of really good things to say. We love Santana. Go drop him a raid. At Santana Speaks For You is his handle on TikTok. I'm pretty sure it's the same exact handle on YouTube. That's all for me. Peace, love, good night, and goodbye. Bye, YouTube.